Well, those faces and reactions really say it all. Game 3 was a lot of fun for the Pistons, awfully frustrating for the Lakers. Will that scenario continue in Game 4 here at the Palace tonight? Joining me, as always, the former head coach who won 2 NBA titles with the Pistons, Chuck Daly. If it's going to happen again, I would think, and we need to talk about this, the Piston guards, Chauncey and Rip, are absolutely dominating the Laker guards. Why?
Well, first of all, in the case of Rip Hamilton, he's so much quicker than either one of those guards. He's going to get loose. And Chauncey's a big guard who can really score. He's not getting the tough defense that he saw in the previous series. So they're getting wide open looks. Plus, Chauncey is the point guard coming off of screens, is coming off wide open because they're not getting the hedges.
If Kobe only scores 11 and only gets 1 point in the first half, the Lakers are dead, right? There's no way they beat the Pistons.
Well, that is hard to believe that could possibly happen. I think they had 11 and 14 between
right, 25.
Two MVP candidates. You know, we talked the other night, the fact that they came the day of the game. They should have been rested. They know what the consequence is. But I noticed that Phil Jackson at his press conference keeps talking about getting 1 win to try to get it back. And that's a little bit like what happened to us when we lost the second game against Portland. So they may be content with that and think they're good enough.
Is it almost unimaginable that the Lakers would score 68 points, their all-time playoff low, in a playoff game?
Well, it's possible if those two guys are going to get 14-11 if they don't show up for whatever reason. Or are we going to give the Pistons finally some credit, one, for their great defensive rotations and their great rebounding and not giving up second shots?
All right, one thing certainly on the Pistons' mind is the fact that they'd like to go up 3-1. That's a whole bigger, different scenario than 2-2. Are they smelling blood? Here's some comments from some of the guys.
No, not really. You know, Lakers, you know, they've been here before. They won the big dance. They know what it feels like to win a championship. So, you know, I don't think, you know, we did anything to shock them. You know, they know how to bounce back.
Our confidence level has increased a lot. You know, coming in, we felt like we could play with this team. We felt like we belonged here, that we were going to win a championship. And just to see how we played in the first 3 games, I think our confidence has gotten even bigger. And you know, we feel great about our chances of playing against this team.
Of course, that is today. Is it too early for that kind of a thing? Or, as Corliss says, after tonight, if they win up 3-1, then you really smell blood?
You do, but you never discount anything. We go back to when we won it, the Lakers go down with 2 people. And I'll never forget the 4th game that series. We were down at half. And I said, hey, guys, we're up 3-zip. If we get a key injury, it can happen all over again. So you got to be very, very careful at what can happen in an NBA series.
All right, some of the Lakers are also saying some rather surprising things. The other day at practice, I want you to listen to what Derek Fisher said about his team and the way they're responding and playing in this series.
You know, I just think overall they're, you know, not necessarily playing harder than us, but they're playing like they want it more than us. You know, it seems that their desire to be in this position to be champions is greater than ours at this point. And
can you ever remember seeing that before?
Not with our team.
And that is clearly kind of an astounding, stunning statement coming from one of the Lakers. Now, one of the former Lakers also had some very critical things to say about this current group of players. And Dave Llewellyn joins us with that side of the story from Magic Johnson. Dave?
And Don, Magic watched Game 3 and didn't like it. His Lakers were outworked, out-hustled, outplayed throughout the game. Back home in Lansing to promote his basketball camp, Magic ripped his team.
I'm an owner, and I'm a vice president, and I'm a competitor, and I want 9 rings. I got 8. I want 9. And so that's never going to change. I mean, I don't care if we playing the Pistons or we playing Michigan State. If I'm a part of the organization and I'm here to whoop some butt, I'm here to compete and I'm here to play. Even though I'm on the sideline, I'm here to win.
Unless they come out and play basketball very hard and meet the same level of intensity that the Pistons have, then this series will be over.
My anger is that we haven't competed in this series. I don't know what is going on and what the mindset of these guys are. This is just unacceptable to the Laker organization. This is unacceptable for the fans of the Lakers. to come out here and put forth an effort like that. This team, Detroit, is a great team, but they're not great enough to beat the Lakers by 20 points. It's not. We assembled this team to win a championship. We didn't assemble this team to go to the championship.
Pretty strong words from Magic Johnson. He certainly knows of what he speaks. If the Lakers don't win tonight, it'll be very difficult for Magic to get that 9th ring. No team in the NBA Finals has ever come from 3-1 down in the series to win the title. Don, Coach?
All right, Dave, thank you. Let's talk about what Magic said first. Extremely critical of the effort of his team, and he is a part owner of this team. Your thoughts on whether that means anything? The players hear that, and might they respond to that?
Well, Magic's been there, done that, and I think he's trying to stimulate his team. He knows that they will read that, but I think he's sincerely upset. I don't think any executive or team owner minds if they get beat, if they get the kind of effort that they expect. And I don't think that he felt they got that the other night. You know, it's one thing to go down scratching, clawing, all that sort of thing. That's not happening. It hasn't happened in a couple games. Either that or the Pistons are making him look a little bit old, and that's what a sense I got in the last game.
All right, before that, it was Derek Fisher saying the Pistons look like the team that wants it more. We used to do that to teams when we were winning our championships, but right now they look like they want it more.
They haven't been on this stage before. I think the fact that they got to the stage, they say, we like it. We like all this attention. They're excited to be here. Most of them have not been here, 2 of them only. And so consequently, I think they're sky high and will continue to be throughout the series.
All right, I don't understand, and maybe you can help me understand, how a team can get here and not try as hard as you possibly can and not give the most effort that you possibly can, even if the other team has something to say about whether it looks like you're doing it or not.
Well, we have a kind of a theory, no more big games. And some teams who get there so often, these games aren't nearly as big as they are for the newcomers. And no matter what they try to do to themselves psychologically, it just doesn't come about. That's what we have to watch tonight.
Okay, well, Chuck and I have a lot more to talk about, including Shaquille O'Neal. We will talk about Shaq, and indeed we will also talk about the '89 team that Chuck Daly coached to the first ever Pistons World Championship. That and more coming up on Pistons Game Day. Stay with us.
Channel 7's Rock Financial Pistons Game Day is brought to you in part by Rock Financial, the mortgage experts. By Wallside Windows, most preferred, most referred. By the Metro Detroit Ford dealers, think Ford first. By McDonald's, I'm loving it. And by Meijer, higher standards, lower prices.
Certainly ready for this thing. Welcome back to Pistons Game Day with Chuck Daly. Let's talk about Shaquille O'Neal. 14 points, all-time playoff low for him. We mentioned that earlier in the show. The Lakers seem to forget about him. He goes and he gets some points and he gets inside and he does his job, and then they stop going away from him, and he is complaining about it every chance he gets.
Well, he's unhappy about it, and he's the guy. And Kobe's a great player. They're both great players. But when you got a guy like him, you got to throw the ball inside and make things happen. And, you know, to some degree, I think Phil has to put the hammer down and say, that ball is going inside. I suggest that he will get it very early tonight in the series.
And he's playing right into the Pistons' hands if they don't go to him, right? I mean, they got to be thrilled. Yeah, you don't want to throw it to Shaq. That's great for us, right?
Well, it's hard to believe. Whether they could keep the ball away from that much, unless they're dropping way off of somebody and take away passing lanes. But it doesn't seem like it. And I think he's got to move a little bit more. I think he's running down court, going to one spot. I think he's got to move a little bit more to try to get the ball and put him in moving situations.
All right, before the game the other night, Karl Malone got into it with a fan. Went over to him, did some stuff, and here it is. Karl Malone's got to just ignore that fan and keep in their layup line and forget about this. This is wrong. I mean, is he frustrated? What's this all about?
Well, that's a real no-no. I mean, we learned that from the day you come into the NBA. You're always going to get people that are trying to get you irritated, go after it. As the bad boys, we probably had more than anybody in the league. Right. Lambier used to keep, come on, bring it on, bring it on. But Karl is, I think, a little frustrated and reacted accordingly, and not good.
As you see, some of the Lakers, that's Cook on the court, shooting some free throws and some jump shots, getting ready for this thing. Let's reminisce just for a second or two and talk about the '89 team, because you beat the Lakers in that series. You swept them to win the first ever title. Do you see some similarities to what's going on here with the Pistons now and the Lakers to that team?
No question. It's deja vu all over again. It really is. I mean, we had some stars. We had Joe and Isaiah. I guess Isaiah at that time was the brilliant star, but we had nowhere near the stars that they had. And then all of a sudden, here we are. And then I felt the same thing that this team has felt. We started getting confidence. I says, you know what? We can really compete with this team. Particularly went out there and we won the first game. And then you start thinking entirely differently about where you are in the series. You plan a little bit differently. You time your substitution a little bit differently. But they definitely are in a position right now.
Did you see anything in Joe Dumars back then that would lead you to believe he'd be so successful as a management guy now and calling the shots?
You know, you had to always love Joe Dumars. He was a guy I never had to cater to, never needed anything, was just going to come do his job. But I would look at him, and he would always know what was going on in front of the scenes and behind the scenes. Then when I saw him get into business locally, I knew where he was headed. And then when he took on this job, once he took it over fully, he invested in it, put the time in, and he knows what he wants because he's gone through it.
And kind of built the team in his image, hasn't he?
Absolutely, the same image Jack McCloskey did.
Yeah. All right, it's worked well. It worked well for Chuck's team, and it's working well right now for the Pistons as well. We're not done. We're going to talk about the coaches, Larry Brown and Phil Jackson. As you look at the Lakers and the Pistons getting ready for this one from the Palace. Stay with us. Before Chuck. Well, before Chuck and I continue, we've got some severe weather in our area. Let's go to Shay Ryan back in the studio. Shay?
Thanks, Don. We do have 2 tornado warnings to let you know about. One is for Lapeer County. The other is for St. Clair County. This is until 9:15. Take a look on your screen. You can see the shear marker just on top of Yale. That is indicating rotation in the area. So this storm will be on top of Jetto by 8:36 and will be on top of Blaine by 8:37. As we zoom back out here, you can see the very large and long line of storms. This will continue moving across the area for the next hour, and then conditions will improve considerably after that. There is still a chance for a thunderstorm warning. The biggest threat being damaging winds and hail, but of course for St. Clair County and also for Lapeer County, there is a chance for an isolated tornado. Back to you, Don.
All right. Shay, thank you very much for that update. We're back with Chuck. Let's talk about the 2 coaches as we continue. Larry Brown seems to be having fun, seems to be relaxed. Jackson's complaining about the referees, seems to be uptight. What's going on here?
Well, in terms of referees, Phil, from the beginning of time, back when we were playing those series, always waits till about the 4th game to start declaring that his team is not being refereed properly. I mean, he does it every possible series. It's a psychological ploy. He hopes that the officials read it and hear it. Maybe he'll get a call. In Larry's case, I think he's having fun with it. You know, it's been interesting to watch Larry, even in that double overtime game in Jersey. He was having fun with it. I think he's a little surprised having come here and to be in the finals the first year he's here. So he's approaching it, I think, a little bit differently.
I guess you might think the same thing. Did you believe the Pistons maybe would be in this position next year and not right now when you looked at them?
I thought they had a chance next year. I didn't think early in the year. I knew when they got Rasheed, I told Rick Carlisle on the phone, I said, you got a problem, because they're going to be the best team in the East once they got him. Because I keep going back to defensive rebounding. People don't understand it. I was with a couple coaches yesterday. They kind of looked at me. They don't get it, but that's the name of the game.
Are the personalities of the coaches right now also a byproduct of the big bad Lakers here 4 times in 5 years, always winning the finals when Phil coaches them, have a heck of a lot more pressure on him than Larry and his guys?
To some degree, but frankly, you got two real pros here. Two of the easily the best coaches in the league. They're both Hall of Famers, will go down in history. And so it's a great matchup for basketball. People who like to see, other than just the game, see what the other guys are doing. So, yeah, I think Larry's much more relaxed. In a word.
In a word. All right, Chuck and I are through. We're coming back with more Pistons Game Day right after this, so please stay with us.
Ticket plans for next year are going fast. Reserve yours by putting $250 down now. Call now or visit Pistons.com.
Channel 7's Rock Financial Pistons Game Day is brought to you in part by Rock Financial, the mortgage experts. By Wallside Windows, most preferred, most referred. By the Metro Detroit Ford dealers, think Ford first. By McDonald's, I'm loving it. And by Meijer, higher standards, lower prices.
And welcome back to Pistons Game Day. Don Shane and Chuck Daly with you. You heard Magic's critical comments earlier in the show, but he's had quite the interesting week. He bought a car for his dad's birthday. It was at the Wixom plant a few days ago. That's just one of the good things about being back in Michigan, but there are some difficult aspects as well. And here's Magic to explain all that.
This is hard. It's hard because I'm torn. I got my family is half with the Pistons, half with the Lakers. I flew my father-in-law out, Cookie's father. He's sitting in my home with all Piston gear on. And so my wife is looking at me, so she knows how intense I am. And so she's trying to play referee because she got her father on one side, her husband on another side. And so we've been having big fun with it, and it's great.
A rather unusual situation for Magic Johnson. Hey, let's talk about if the Pistons win tonight and go up 3-1. Is this series over?
No, definitely not.
Do you think the Lakers could come back and still win 3 in a row?
I think they're so confident in their own way, even though they're down and they've been outplayed. If they can get one here, they feel like they can serve at home. I really believe they think that.
Is that just the attitude of a champion?
Yeah, I think that's their attitude because they've been there before. I don't believe it. I think if they lose tonight, they're going to have a very hard time winning these series because the Pistons are going to really be juiced. But I wouldn't want to go out there and try to win 2 games against them. So it's still in the balance.
You know what you sound like? I remember years ago talking to you about these kind of situations. You never thought you were safe. Even after you won the clincher, you almost didn't think you were safe.
That cloud followed me around. It was everywhere.
Come on.
Prince of pessimism. You have to think like that when you're coaching, for sure.
If you would have one piece of advice to give the Pistons tonight, if you were in that locker room, what would you say to them?
Rebound the ball, defensive rebounding, no second shots, and they'll win this game and the series.
Perfect scenario. Thanks,
right.
Chuck, as always. All right, that's the story live from the Palace. I'm Don Shane with Chuck Daly. We'll see you after the game for the post-game story right here courtside. Enjoy the game, everybody, right here on Channel 7.
This is the home of the NBA Finals. ABC Sports Championship Television.
Kobe Bryant arrives at the Palace of Auburn Hills. There's pressure on Kobe and Gary Payton, who hasn't performed well, and Shaquille O'Neal, because Rasheed Wallace and the Detroit Pistons have set the tone. One of the best team defenses in a long time with the right offense at the right time has Detroit knocking on the door of taking over the NBA Finals. Most of them had never been here before, but you would never know it.
The Detroit Pistons have told the country, we're here too.
With points from their guards and defense from everyone, everywhere, Detroit is in control. It's left the favorite frustrated, aggravated, and without an answer. But it's all part of this year's LA story. When the outlook is dark, they find the switch and somehow turn it on.
Here comes Kobe. Less than 5 from way outside. Got it! Oh, man!
Well, tonight again is one of those nights. A big stage is set. Can 2 of the game's best help the Lakers even the series? Or will the Pistons pull to within 1 win of their own Hollywood ending? The heat is on for Game 4 of the NBA Finals on ABC. of Auburn Hills again threatening skies. It has rained most of the week here. It has dampened the spirits of every visitor, but every person who lives here is sky high. Their Pistons, a big underdog coming into the series, a chance to take the commanding NBA Finals lead here tonight. 22,000 strong, they'll bang thunder sticks, make as much noise as a European soccer crowd, and have a good old time. We're glad you're here. Welcome to Chevrolet NBA Hang Time on the Sunday night of Game 4 of the Finals with Byron Scott, coach of the New Orleans Hornets, and the Natalie attired Tom Tolbert. I'm Mike Tirico. I'm just going to let you fill in your own line about Tom Suit on your couch. Mad Libs. Yeah, exactly. Fact. This is the 58th year they've played the NBA Finals. Fact. If a team goes up 3-1, they have never lost the NBA Finals. With LA down 2-1 in the series, is this a must-win for the Lakers tonight?
Oh, Mike, without a doubt, if the Lakers lose Game 4 tonight, this series is over. Believe me, it was a must-win for Game 2. It's a must-win for Game 4, and I'm looking for the Lakers to come out with a lot more energy and a lot more effort than they did in Game 3.
Well, I don't necessarily believe that, because I think if you lose this Game 1, Game 5, you still get to go back home. Although people would say that if the Lakers go back home, they win the championship. I don't buy that, because Detroit's already proven they can win there. And basically in the first 3 games, we've come to find out that, you know what, maybe the Lakers aren't as great as everybody thought they were, and maybe Detroit's a lot better than everybody thought they were.
Well, if this is a time of desperation for the Lakers, usually when you see desperation and then drastic moves in the same breath, it doesn't really work. But the Lakers are hinting at some drastic moves. Some of their players called for drastic moves with the lineup and Phil Jackson. For more background on that and to look ahead what's going to happen when tip time comes after the top of the hour, live down on the floor to Michelle Tafoya. Michelle?
Well, Mike, after Friday's practice, Phil Jackson gathered his team around him and said, look, we have 2 days to regroup. I want some input. Nobody spoke up. But shortly after practice broke, 5 players took Phil Jackson into a restroom here at the Palace. Those 5 players were Shaquille O'Neal, Kobe Bryant, Rick Fox, Devin George, and Derek Fisher. They essentially told Phil, hey, look, we know this offense better than anyone else. We've run it in the finals. We can win with it. We should be starting. Well, I spoke to Phil Jackson a few minutes ago. He said he will most likely not be changing his starting lineup, but he offered a couple of caveats. He said that Karl Malone told him he's very concerned about whether or not and how much he can contribute to the Lakers tonight on that bad right knee. Phil Jackson seems to be saying, look, Karl, what you did in Game 3 was enough. We just need you to defense and rebound. One other note, Gary Payton did not practice yesterday. He has some cold and allergy symptoms, and so did not practice, wasn't feeling 100% today. So if they don't start Gary Payton, that may be the reason they give us as well. But for right now, Mike, it looks like the starting lineup will be untouched, but we've had a lot of surprises in this series. Back to you.
Michelle, Gary may have a cold. He's been ice cold. 11 points total in 3 games from a guy who averages 14 per game all through the regular season. All right, if you were a coach, and you are, and 5 of the guys who've been around you for winning championships get you into a restroom, you might be a little bit worried about your guys. But tell me, would you listen to them and make changes in your lineup?
I would definitely listen to them, because first of all, they got me 5-1 in a restroom, so I'm thinking something bad might happen. But you know what, to be honest with you, those guys have brought championships. But Phil, if I'm the coach of this team, I'm going to still start Gary Payton. I'm going to still start Karl Malone to see what those guys can give me. But the one thing that I might have is a little bit of a quicker hook, just in case those guys don't get going. I'm going to bring those other guys in.
Well, I'll tell you what Gary Payton's allergic to. He's allergic to triangles. That's what he's allergic to. And there is no remedy. The only remedy is for Gary Payton to play somewhere else that doesn't utilize the triangle. I'm not really sure what he does. Maybe he can just suck it up and say, you know what, the offense, it's not coming to me. Let's see if I can get out there and stop Chauncey Billups, because that's where it's going to have to start right there.
One of the reasons for all this conversation is the fact that outside of Shaquille O'Neal and Kobe Bryant, 2 of the best players in the league, nobody else has done anything. As a matter of fact, as we go down to the floor and bring in Al Michaels, who will call the game again tonight with Doc Rivers, Al, not one other Laker has had a double-digit point performance in this series. Really shocking.
Mike, how unusual is that in the history of the NBA Finals? That hasn't happened. In the history of the NBA playoffs, any round, that hasn't happened. So it's been a 2-man show. Those 2 guys have accounted for almost 6 out of every 10 points. Doc, we haven't seen this since Elgin Baylor and Jerry West. What's going on?
Well, this is what's going on. It's interesting. In the regular season, the other guys besides those 2 scored more than any time else in the last 5 years. But if you look at now, it's easy. The bottom line is that the Detroit Pistons are guarding one-on-one. They're not playing double teams. The Lakers have become so accustomed to being guarded with double teams with Shaq and Kobe that free the other guys up. Well, in this series, that's not happening. Those other guys have to create their own buckets. That's very difficult.
For the benefit of the Lakers, who is the best guy to step up and win Best Supporting Actor?
Well, usually we would pick Derek Fisher, but he's a little banged up. So I think Gary Payton has to be that guy. I know this offense doesn't fit him, but in this type of series, they need him to create his own shots, and he's one of the only guys on that team that can do that.
Coaches always talk about balanced scoring. That's exactly what they need as we get set for Game 4. Back to you guys.
And Al, to hit on Doc's point a little bit, we are making it an LA story. Yeah. In fact, it's also a Detroit story. They've had the shot clock in the NBA for a half century now, 50 seasons. No team has held opponents under 70 points in the regular season and the postseason more than these Pistons. Is this the best team defense that you've ever been around?
This is the best team defense, and I think Detroit takes a lot of pride in their team defense. And again, we're talking about what's wrong with the Lakers. The Detroit Pistons are what's wrong with the Lakers. They're just playing a lot better than people gave them credit for, and they're not scared of the Los Angeles Lakers. They're not in awe of the Lakers. They come out and they play their type of basketball, and that's why they're up in this.
In Game 3 Thursday, Kobe Bryant.
That looks a lot like my
I guess not. In any case, we have much more to do on our way towards tip time just after the top of the hour. Chevrolet NBA Hang Time on ABC, including we'll hear from Kid Rock and LeBron James. LeBron's going to join Ahmad Rashad to visit. Ben Wallace talking to the media about how the Pistons are doing exactly what they've done all year. He and Richard Hamilton, if they can do it one more night, might be one night away from the NBA title. But Shaq, the big fella, will have something to say about that.
Chevrolet NBA Hang Time on ABC Sports, brought to you by the new Chevrolets. 10 new cars and trucks in 20 months. An American revolution. And Lamisil AT, the official athlete's foot treatment of the NBA.
Back on Chevrolet NBA Hang Time. Look at the fans who were outside the Palace earlier and have now come in for a 22,000 sellout boisterous crowd. They'll be yelling a little bit at Shaquille O'Neal, who was asked if this crowd is a factor in the game.
Being who I am, I've been through the worst of the worst. And this is a loud building, but nothing I've never seen before. Like me, when I look in the mirror and see how beautiful I am, I don't really say, damn, you're beautiful, because it's nothing that I've never seen before. I see me every day. So I know I'm fine. I know I look good. So, you know, nothing really phases me at this point in my career.
He's hysterical. And here being wheeled in their own crate, Shaq's size 22 shoes that he's lacing up in the back. They'll be coming out here momentarily. Size 22 shoes.
They're huge, you know, and I know my son used to collect all these shoes around all these players. We had a ledge built in his room for these shoes. Shaq's was the only ones that wouldn't fit, and they wouldn't stay up there. They kept falling down.
Hey, let me tell you something. In L.A., those shoes, you can rent them out for $1,500 a month in L.A. That's how big they are.
That's a big deal. You hear all the people inside. One of the reasons they've all come inside early, a lot of storms outside. So if you technically you see a few things that aren't normal, there are heavy thunderstorms in this area and a tornado watch as well. In any case, talking about Shaquille O'Neal and his shoe collection, it's a good thing Byron's son doesn't collect Chauncey Billups jerseys, because in 7 years he's been on 6 different teams. But a former #3 pick who was going to be the savior of the Boston Celtics has finally found a home with Larry Brown here in Detroit, outscoring Gary Payton 68-11 in the first 3 games of this series. Billups sat down to talk with Jim Gray and get the point guard of Detroit's impression of the Laker team that they're up 2-1 on.
Do the Lakers look to you like a team that's tired, older, and confused?
I don't think so. I think what I think is, you know, they haven't played against a defense like ours in that Western Conference. You know, 2 shot blockers down there, and Rasheed and Ben, and even when Eldon comes in, that's 3. You know, our smothering defense is tough to figure out.
What do you see in Gary Payton? He has really, really struggled against the Pistons here in this series, both offensively and defensively. What have you noticed?
Well, Gary, I mean, I think if Gary was in a situation where, you know, the ball was coming to him and he can post up, he's a post-up point guard and a pick-and-roll point guard. And in that system,
he really can't do neither. I know it's a tough situation for him, and it's tough for me to see him like this because he's a guy who I always looked up to and said, you know, one day I want to have my game like that. I want to be able to dominate and do things that he does. So for him to not be able to have the freedom, you know, to go back at guys who are going at him, I know it's difficult for him because he's not accustomed to that.
Being up 3-0 is a heck of a lot different than being up 2-1.
Heck of a lot different.
How much are you guys kicking yourselves about what went on in that last 30 or 40 seconds of game 2?
Nothing we can do about it now. You know, it's nothing we can do but, you know, validate that we should have won that game. And coming out and doing what we did is pretty much validation. Now we got to validate game 3 in game 4 now.
Chauncey Billups' stats in our McDonald's NBA Finals summary tells the tale. Look at his numbers in the finals. Points per game, 10 more than the series against Indiana, shooting 17% better, and certainly much better than he did in the first 2 rounds. The noise in the building is, as they show on the Jumbotron, here inside the Palace, Rip Hamilton and Chauncey Billups, the 2 top scorers, the guards, getting psyched up, fired up, and ready to come out on the floor. Now, in that piece with Jim Gray, Byron and Tom, there was talk about pick and roll and Gary Payton being so good in pick and roll offense. Let's talk about pick and roll defense with the Lakers and how Detroit is exposed LA in this series with the most basic of basketball plays.
Well, we've always said that one of the Lakers' worst things on the defensive end is guarding the pick and roll, and they've shown it throughout the course of this season, but especially in the playoffs. You know, because you got to make up your mind in the pick and roll if you're going to do 1 or 2 things, or 3 things to be exact. You got to either trap it, you got to hard show it, or you got to play it by just going under it. And I think the Lakers are confused right now on which way they want to play the defense on the pick and roll. They're doing it 3 or 4 different ways, and you got to stick to 1 or 2 ways. And as long as they're doing this, and they seem confused on the defensive end, Chauncey Billups is going to continue to be able to just kill them with penetration and jump shots. So the Lakers have a decision to make, and they got to choose what they're going to do on the defensive end against the pick and roll and stick to it and do it a lot better than they've been doing it lately.
Well, we've talked about the Lakers and how offensively they need to find some people to get out there and get the job done. Some third scorers for whatever. When you bring in guys like Luke Walton, Cook off the bench, Kareem Rush, now you got guys who haven't played defense together all the time. And defense is about knowing your teammates, having that trust. Right now, they don't have it.
I can't wait to see the transcript to hear what you said. I cannot hear you. It is so loud in here. One more time as the Detroit Pistons took the floor as Tom was making his comments. So many fans have supported this team this year more than in any other building in the NBA, including the musician Kid Rock, whose self-titled album is out, doing great in sales again. And Kid Rock, as a matter of fact, is in the house. We'll sing America the Beautiful tonight. Here's Kid Rock on stage here for this NBA Minute.
Hey now, this is Kid Rock, and this is my NBA Minute. Out of the Wallaces, I like different qualities about them both. I like Ben, that he's kind of mellow, plays his game, and he's the best defenseman out there. And he's a tough cookie to get around. We got Rasheed, who I love for the fact that he'll make the shot, put it right in your face, and talk junk about it the whole way down the other end of the court. I love that cockiness in him. Favorite bad boy? I'll say that to be Bill Laimbeer. He just gave it to everybody. Him and Rick Mahorn as a team too. Of course, Isaiah and Joe Dumars are great shooters. You know, great making plays happen. But Bill Laimbeer, to me, he just represented that whole spirit of the city and all the fans in Detroit. And you know, he didn't take any prisoners at all. I don't know who's a better fan, me or Jack. I think we're both into it, you know? I think it's great when he jumps up out of his chair and gets into the game. I mean, that's what being a fan is, just being into the sporting event. And I think it's great to talk a little junk and create competition and make it more interesting for not only the fans, but the players. Shaq's rapping ability, man, he's good. Sound check. Remy Rhyme Wrecker, rock from here to Mecca, boom shakalaka. Wasn't that one of his raps on something? He's definitely better off with the basketball. Well, time to go. Hope that was one of the best minutes of your life.
Was that one of the best NBA minutes of the season, I asked? I can tell you when he does America the Beautiful, it is one of the better renditions. You'll hear it coming up in a little bit. Los Angeles Lakers take the floor knowing that history is against them if they cannot pull it off here tonight. LeBron James courtside with Ahmad Rashad. Ahmad visits with the NBA Rookie of the Year, whose home is a couple of hours away from here in Ohio, as Lakers and Pistons, attached by romance, detached by Game 4 of the finals, coming up at the top of the hour.
The Chevrolet Courtside Report is brought to you by Chevrolet. 10 new cars and trucks in 20 months. An American revolution.
Welcome back to the Palace at Auburn Hills as we get ready for the Game 4 of the NBA Finals. As you see, Karl Malone warming up. A very important game for the Los Angeles Lakers, who will be trying to tie this series up at 2 apiece. I'm Ahmad Rashad, and my guest tonight is LeBron James, who is the Rookie of the Year. He's also the youngest player in NBA history to lead the team in scoring. He was the 3rd rookie in NBA history to average at least 20 points, 5 rebounds, and 5 assists. And he joins me here now. Thanks for joining us, man.
Thanks for having me, Ahmad.
So what does this do for you? Being here, not in the finals, does it make you more determined to try to get here?
Man, you know, it's exciting to come here, you know, watching this game. But, of course, I'm a basketball player, so I wish I was playing in it. But, you know, this is a great atmosphere here.
The Lakers, going into these finals, were heavily favored. Were you surprised the way the Pistons have handled them?
Well, you know, as an Eastern Conference player, you know, I played against the Pistons 6 times this year, twice in the preseason and 4 times during the season. So I kind of knew what they could bring to the table, and I knew it wouldn't be, I think it'll be 50-50, and you know, the Pistons have shown what they can do on defense, and they just took over the series.
A lot of people didn't know how good a player Chauncey Billups was coming in here. You played against him 6 times this past year. What's the key to stopping Chauncey Billups?
You know, earlier in the year, I played point guard, so we was pretty much matched up through the whole game, but he's stronger than a lot of players, and a lot of people, you know, that don't get to play this game realize, you know, and he has the ball on the string, meaning he has a lot of handles. He's not going to let the people take the ball from him, and he has great skills. You know, people don't realize that he was the first player taken, you know, by the Celtics, you know, their first #1 pick. So, you know, he's a great player. He's helped them a lot.
What about Kobe Bryant? Tayshaun Prince has done a great job on Kobe. A tremendous job on Kobe. I think that's his prize.
I think Kobe's going to look to attack more today. You know, he's attacked all year, and he's not going to let, you know, get all the way to the finals and stop attacking. So he's going to do a great job getting his team into the game, but also get himself into the game more earlier than he did last game.
It seems to me that the Lakers have not been able to find any regularity in a pattern, but Detroit executing every game, very confident.
Well, you know, people fail to realize that, you know, the Pistons have the upper hand right now, but you know, with a win today with the Lakers, the series is tied 2-2, and it's back to 50-50. So the Lakers just going to have to come out and play their game. They've been here before, and, you know, just show up and match the same intensity that the Pistons been bringing.
Can I get a prediction from you about this series in general?
I'll take the Pistons in 7.
There you have it, LeBron James, the Pistons in 7. This has been the Chevrolet Courtside Report. Back to you, Mike.
Thank you, Ahmad. Great to hear from LeBron James, #1 draft pick in the NBA, the Rookie of the Year, and a fabulous rookie season as well. And we always forget how young he is and how well he handles himself in situations. Lakers starting lineup will not be different here tonight, but we should look for differences, Tom, in the rotation, who comes in when and who sees the lion's share of the playing time.
Well, I just think from a Lakers standpoint, you want to see some flow on offense, whether that means getting up and down the court a little bit quicker, getting to your offensive sets quicker. Right now, they have no flow, and if they're going to win this game, let alone the series, they're going to have to start looking better on offense, and I think it's got to start early.
I got one for you with free throw attempts. The LA Lakers had more free throw attempts than the opponents than any team in the NBA in the regular season in the first 3 rounds of the playoffs. Thus far in this series, free throw attempts, 91 for Detroit, 56 for the Lakers. As a coach, what does that tell you?
That tells me that we're not being very aggressive on the offensive end and trying to get to the basket. The Lakers have shot 57 three-point shots in the 3 games. That's 19 a game. And if you're shooting that many, you're not going to go to the free throw line a lot. So I look for the Lakers to be very aggressive. And for me, the beginning of this game, the sense of urgency is what I'm really looking at.
Pick the game.
Well, logically, there's no reason to pick the Lakers here because they've been outplayed all 3 games. Logically, I didn't think they'd come back and beat San Antonio. I'm going to go with illogic tonight. I'm going to be illogical for a change. Lakers are all out. Lakers get this one.
B? I got to agree with Tom that, you know, just all the stuff that the Lakers have been through this season, I got to give them the win tonight.
I do point out, logically, no human would wear that suit on TV. But that's another story. See you at halftime with a feature on Richard Hamilton, Al Michaels, Doc Rivers, Stu Scott, Michelle Tafoya bringing Game 4 coming up next. Enjoy the finals on ABC.
Chevrolet NBA Hang Time on ABC Sports. Brought to you by the new Chevrolets. 10 new cars and trucks in 20 months. An American revolution.
Lakers are the team that must ratchet it up at the Palace before a roaring throng that will try to propel the Pistons to the verge of an NBA title. The NBA Finals tonight, Game 4.
I got 24 seconds to live, and 200% is what I'm gonna give. So I push through the pain and raise my game. A victory is the only thing to gain. Even though I'm playing the game, I ain't playing. The trophy is the reason why I can.
There was a tornado watch for much of the afternoon in metropolitan Detroit. Right now it says loud as a tornado at the Palace in Auburn Hills, Michigan, about 32 miles from Detroit. And the Lakers can only hope they get back to L.A. on Thursday and see the real Jack as we get ready for the fourth game of the 2004 NBA Finals. The Los Angeles Lakers taking on the Detroit Pistons. I'm Al Michaels with Doc Rivers. Michelle Tafoya and Stuart Scott will work the sideline. Well, the Lakers came into this series heavily favored. Detroit a big underdog. But the Piston upset in Game 1, and then it took divine intervention, NBA style, for the Lakers to win Game 2. Detroit thoroughly dominated Game 3, and the Pistons have put themselves in a position to clinch the NBA title Tuesday at home. The Lakers, of course, right now in jeopardy of going down 3-1, need at least one win here in the next 2 games to secure a 6th game in Los Angeles. Doc, you look at these games, the Pistons have been faster, they've been friskier, they've been feistier than the Lakers through the course of this series. So how do they deliver the near knockout blow tonight in Game 4?
Well, Al, they keep doing what they've been doing. There's one guarantee in this series. The Detroit Pistons are going to play defense. They're going to rebound, they're going to hustle, they're going to get loose balls, they're going to drive to the basket and get to the free throw line because that's who they are. You know, they're not buying into the Laker thing. They believe that they can beat this team, but they know the only way they can do that is by being the Detroit Pistons and playing Detroit Piston basketball, and that's defense.
The Lakers, Hollywood's team, and it would figure because they are making the sequel to the year of living dangerously. They're on the precipice so many times. They're on the precipice again. Somehow they're always able to get back off the edge. How do they avoid now falling off the edge?
Well, it's interesting. All year we've been talking about Laker offense. Well, I'm going to maintain, I said it from Game 1, it's going to have to be about Laker defense. They're going to have to defend tonight to win this game, and they can't do it for 5 minutes. They have to do it for 48 minutes.
We know we'll have a 5th game Tuesday. Will we have a 6th game on Thursday? We get set for Game 4. And right now, let's go to the public address announcer at the Palace, Mason.
From around the universe, good evening and welcome here to the premier sports and entertainment venue, the Palace of Auburn Hills. This is Game 4 of the NBA Finals. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask that you remain standing as we now honor America with the singing of America the Beautiful by Detroit's international recording superstar, Kid Rock.
We'd like to dedicate this version of America the Beautiful to our men and women in the armed services, also to former President Ronald Reagan and the late, great Ray Charles.
Oh, beautiful
for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountains, majesties above thy fruited plain. Oh, America, oh, America, God shed his grace on thee, and I will crown thy good with brotherhood from sea. Oh, the shining sea. Let's rock and roll!
Ladies and gentlemen, Kid Rock.
And back to Mason right now for the Bud Light starting lineups for Game 4.
We now present to you some of the world's greatest athletes. First, how about a warm Palace welcome for the visiting Los Angeles Lakers. From Oregon State, number 20, the 6'4" guard, Gary Payton. From Lower Merion High School, number 8, the 6'6" guard, Kobe Bryant. The center from Louisiana State, number 34, the 7'1" Shaquille O'Neal. From Louisiana Tech, number 11, the 6'9" forward, Karl Malone. Also at forward from Augsburg, Minnesota, number 3, the 6'8" Devin George. And the head coach of the Los Angeles Lakers, Phil Jackson.
It's time. It's time. It's time. It's playoff time, Detroit. Let's go to work.
Piston fans up on your feet. Time to meet and greet the Ballers representing the Detroit Pistons. First up, the Gods. Number 1 is out of the University of Colorado in the home red, blue, and white tonight. The 6'3" Chelsea Billups. From Connecticut at 6'7", number 32, Piston guard Richard Rip Hamilton. The forward from North Carolina, number 30, at 6'11". Once again, time for the world to see Mr. Rasheed Wallace. Number 22, from Kentucky, at 6'9", it's Palace time for the Prince, Tayshaun Prince. At 6'9", the center, wearing the big red 3 from Virginia Union University. Ben Wallace. And the head coach of the Detroit Pistons, Larry Brown. Detroit, let's play some basketball.
What better way to get it started than with Mason on the PA. Here we go, Game 4 of the NBA Finals from Auburn Hills, Michigan.
The Rock Financial Pistons Game Day, starting Tuesday at 8 on 7.
Ready to tip it off for Game 4. It has been Groundhog Day with Bill Murray in every game in this series. The opening tip, Shaq has prematurely jumped, and believe it or not, do we have it again? We have an immediate whistle for the 4th time in a row. Shaquille goes up early, and the Pistons inbound. It is. It's February 2nd.
It's amazing. It's almost like he's doing it on purpose, Al. He just waits and gets it before. You have to wait for the ball to get to its apex before you can touch the ball.
All 4 games begin in the exact fashion. Chauncey Billups outside. Gary Payton starts on him at the outset of the game. The Piston regulars have dominated the L.A. starters. Starter against starter through this series. Detroit has been dominant from the outside. The first shot of the game doesn't go. The follow doesn't go as Hamilton misses and Rasheed Wallace missed the putback. Now Kobe Bryant for the Lakers.
But the game starts off like the series has been. A wide open shot for Rip Hamilton and an offensive rebound from the Detroit Pistons already.
Hamilton alone in this series has 11 offensive rebounds. He's the leading offensive rebounder, a guard, in this series. Extremely unusual. 14 on the clock as the Lakers will inbound. Devin George descended in. Payton. 10 on the timer. George outside. Guarded by Hamilton. Bryant with 3 seconds on the shot clock. This is the Lakers' first effort of the night, but Payton is there to collect it underneath. Malone tried to get it into Shaq and then gets it back. Hits Bryant for the fadeaway. In and out. Rebound to Rasheed Wallace. Neither team scoring in the opening minute of Game 4. Prince outside, and Prince has done a marvelous job in this series, especially defensively. And the foul here is on Devin George for the first foul of the game on the Lakers.
And one of the things that Phil Jackson was talking about coming into this game is they couldn't get in foul trouble early because that's what makes them become passive defensively.
And he even talked about that yesterday. Phil does a lot of work on the off days in terms of saying things that he knows the officials will read as the Lakers come up with the steal, and Gary Payton comes into the front court with George. Through the lane, spinning, misses the layup. And then a whistle underneath, and they're going to call another foul on George. So quickly, 2 fouls in a minute and a half, and Phil Jackson is compelled to go immediately to the bench, and he sends in the recently seldomly used Rick Fox to replace George.
Which is interesting. I think in a game like this, Phil Jackson is going to trust the guys that he's been here before with.
The officials are Dick Bavetta, Jack Neese, and Eddie Rush. And for Laker fans, that gives them pause as Billups misses it. Prince gets the offensive board and scores the first points of the game. In the 6th game of the playoffs with Minnesota in the conference championship round, Bavetta and Rush were 2 of the officials. Ken Maurer was the other, and that was the night Bryant had to come out early with 3 fouls as Kobe drives and puts it in left-handed, and O'Neal had 4 fouls at the half, and I've never seen a Los Angeles crowd that crazy at halftime. Here's Prince from the outside. O'Neal with a rebound.
Well, one of the things the Lakers want to do in this game is run. And the only way they're going to be able to run, they have to get stopped defensively, get long rebounds, and push the ball up the floor.
Inside to O'Neal, and Shaq with a jam. So the Lakers, who did not lead at all on Thursday night, are up by 2.
Well, you can see Shaq, first time touching it. Every time down, they've looked to get the ball to Shaquille O'Neal. They want to force Detroit at some point in this game to go double coverage to free up the other guys.
Hamilton gets space after he was initially covered by Bryant perfectly, puts it in to tie the game. I think force feed Shaq might be applicable tonight.
Yeah, you're going to see it over and over. And they're forcing it in there for 2 reasons. 1, to get points, but 2, they're trying to get Detroit to play double teams on Shaq so they can free up the other guys. That's one of the reasons the others haven't been able to score.
Bryant comes back, and they triple him, and he loses the ball. Ben Wallace comes away with it. Kobe will draw a crowd. Hamilton has it deflected by the quick hands of Fox, but gets it back. Now Rasheed Wallace, who's been in foul trouble in all of the games, misses here. It's tapped out. Offensive board. Wallace puts it up, doesn't score, but gets fouled. And the Pistons just dominated the offensive glass in all 4 games.
Well, here they go again. That's the 3rd offensive rebound already in this game, and the 3rd foul.
Wallace to the line. Here's Michelle Tafoya.
Well, guys, I spoke with Derek Fisher earlier. He was one of the 5 Laker veterans who got with Phil Jackson on Friday and said, let us start. It was Derek Fisher, Rick Fox, Shaquille O'Neal, Devin George, and Kobe Bryant. They felt they could bring the expertise of the triangle offense and the experience of past NBA Finals to this game tonight. Fisher told me we didn't want our championship hopes to slip away, but Fisher also expected Phil would not make such a radical change. He would stick with what got him here.
Well, Phil just got a technical foul, so that sent Billups to the free throw line where he's been near perfect. It's 5-4 Detroit, and now Wallace will shoot his 2.
And Al, I'm going to say this. This is an NBA Finals game. Phil Jackson can complain to the officials, and they're going to have to turn the other cheek on that. In my opinion, I think that's much too quick to give a coach a technical foul this early in the game for complaining about one call. And he's going to complain all game.
Well, Phil was working the press about not getting the same calls that Detroit was getting, about not being able to play aggressive defensively. George picks up the 2 fouls. Then Phil gets a technical. Detroit is up by 2. And the Lakers get it into O'Neal. And again, the jam. So 2 jams by O'Neal. 4 of the Lakers' first 6 points.
Well, you can see where the Lakers are going. And there really is no stopping Shaq if he gets deep. That's the 2nd time now that Shaq has gotten the ball deep.
Here's Hamilton. O'Neal with a rebound. And the word comes to us that Phil Jackson went over the line as a designated area, and that's why they teed him up.
Yeah, he did, but I think coaches do that all the time, to be honest. And you have a choice as an official. It's not an automatic tech.
O'Neal, and you can tell, I mean, that's going to be the Laker plan, at least at the outset tonight, go to 34.
It's a good plan now because, again, they need the points, number 1, but they're trying to force a double team. Larry Brown said it today that so far they haven't had to double team anyone on the Laker basketball team.
And I think Larry was as shocked as anybody as Billups has retired today. Larry coming into the game, his biggest fear was that O'Neal would dominate games in the manner that he has played in the first 2 minutes of this one. And here's a foul on Hamilton, reaching in on Rick Fox. The Lakers stand down with 18 on the 24. Again, Malone hurt. We talked about Carl through the series and the pregame show as well, playing at about maybe 70%. Fox has been hurt a good part of the year. Different array of injuries, and Gary Payton finally scores in the first quarter.
Why? Because double team. You see, on that possession, Larry Brown decided to double team for the first time in this series, and that's the first time in this series that Gary Payton has scored in the first quarter.
Crowd chanting Sheed, and the foul here will be on the Lakers. Foul is on Gary Payton, and we'll check in with Stuart Scott. Stuart.
Now, everybody keeps talking about this is a must-win for the Lakers. The Pistons feel like this is a must-win for them. They'd be up 3-1 in the series, and no team has ever come back from a 3-1 deficit. Lindsey Hunter, one of only 2 guys for the Pistons who had played in the finals before this, told me, our guys know what's going on, but they don't understand the magnitude of how big this is or how limited a chance they have to come back. He said they're young. They think they're going to be playing for a title their whole careers. It doesn't always work out like that. So tonight, seize the opportunity, Al.
Larry Brown has just taken the game's first time out. Underway, game 4, Lakers by
2. The NBA Finals on ABC, brought to you by Budweiser. Grab a cold, fresh Budweiser. It's game time. And Universal Pictures. On July 23rd, Matt Damon is Jason Bourne, The Bourne Supremacy.
Back in Detroit, 10-8 Lakers right now. One of the things the Lakers wanted to force is a double team. This is why they wanted to force the double team, to get the others involved. Look right here. Chauncey Billups goes. Gary Payton gets a layup. first bucket in the first quarter in the series for Gary Payton, and the first time that they've trapped Shaq.
Gary has been an invisible man through much of the first 3 games, but he's proven from time to time during the playoffs he can break it out as Wallace gets by Malone and scores.
I think that's something that Larry Brown would like to see more of from Rasheed Wallace. Instead of looking for the jump shots, you know Karl Malone is not healthy. I think he wants to exhaust the post down there with him.
And here's Fox working underneath and getting by Hamilton. So Fox, who replaced Evan George, who picked up those 2 fouls in the first minute and a half, scores his first basket of the game.
Well, they're going to try to make a switch. You know, I think what the Lakers did there, they put Rick Fox on the post. They're going to try to make Rip Hamilton guard Kobe Bryant. If not, they're going to keep posting up Fox.
Billups got free. Chauncey Billups right now would be a primary candidate for MVP of the finals. Bryant short. Wallace gets the rebound. He might have just gotten another vote. Boy. Billups had 22 in game 1, 27 in game 2, 19 in game 3, 7 already tonight.
And that's something you didn't see 5 years ago, is a guy blowing by Gary Payton.
Shaquille gets it.
No double team again. You know, Larry Brown does not like to double team. He double teams at one time, gives up a layup. It'll be interesting what they do now with Shaq, because right now he's having his way.
Shaq comes out to help on Billups, and he dropped it out of bounds. When Billups has been facing Gary Payton head-to-head, and they're starters, so they see each other in the first quarter and in the third quarter and other times in between, Billups has outscored Gary Payton 60-12.
Yeah, that's hard. And, you know, obviously the minutes have something to do with it. And Billups is a featured player. But bottom line, when you give up that much, that discrepancy is huge, and it's tough to overcome at any position.
Payton gets free. Misses a 3. Rasheed Wallace skies for the rebound. Beautiful pass up ahead to Billups. Bounces it into Ben Wallace. Then's going to work on Shaq.
You know, the tough part for Ben Wallace is that he makes a move or a pump fake like he's going to shoot a jump shot. Usually the defender doesn't react because that's what they want him to do.
Sure. Hamilton back to Wallace. And he gets hammered on his way to the hoop. That's O'Neal's first foul.
Yeah, and again, the thing that has hurt the Lakers throughout this series is the pick and roll, and there is another case of it. And it's not necessarily the guy coming off. It's most of the time the rollers that have hurt the Lakers in this series.
Wallace at the line. The Lakers now have 5 team fouls over the limit. Here's Stuart Scott.
How Ben Wallace is sporting the flow for the second straight night. I say, yo, dog, what's up with the afro? He said, I can wear the afro at home. I got to go with the braids on the road. I said, why? He said, because on the road, the fans just like to do a whole lot of jokey jokes. I said, like what? He said, well, I get a whole lot of buckwheat this, buckwheat that. And then some fans say, yo, Ben, you make all that money. You can't afford a $10 haircut. And I said to him, Ben, you got to admit that's funny, right? He said, yeah, it's funny, man, but I'm on the road. I can't be laughing at their jokes. Al?
Let's see what he wears if there is a 6th game. Right now, a lane violation on the Lakers. So Wallace, after missing the second, will get another attempt.
3 to make 2.
In effect.
The old days. I missed that era.
And that does make a difference. Pistons up by 2, 4:40 to go. Opening period. Shaquille O'Neal leading scorer for the Lakers with 8. Chauncey Billups leading Detroit in scoring. He has 7. Bryant, who earlier was shaking his right hand a little bit. Here's Fox. Payton will drive. Softly puts it up. The Pistons are contending it was in the cylinder and it shouldn't count. O'Neal went up and jams it through after it looked like it might have been going down anyway. And Larry Brown says, how can you not make that?
All I'm going to tell you is this. This was not a pass. Now, Shaq caught it, over the cylinder. He may have caught it before. It's a tough call for me to see. But I guarantee you that was not a pass. Gary Payton was absolutely shooting the ball.
No question. And from this angle, it looked like it would have gone in softly. Billups works it into the corner. Prince will put it up. And there's Hamilton with another offensive rebound. He's perfectly positioned on those shots from the other corner. He's been doing that for 4 games. Billups backs it out. And now Rick Fox is there to commit the foul. Trying to fight his way through the screen. Phil Jackson in consultation with Frank Hamblin, and there are the offensive rebounds in this series. Hamilton at 6'6", leading everybody.
And you look at 2 of the guys of the 3 on there. Combined, they don't weigh as much as Shaq. Tayshaun Prince and Rip Hamilton, yet they are hitting the boards. And usually what that means is that the bigs are boxing out, and the guards are going to get the rebounds.
Now Devin George is going to come back in, and Rick Fox goes out. Billups at the line in this series has missed only 1 free throw attempt. He had 25 coming into this game, so he's been magnificent. Derek Fisher has also come into the game now for the Lakers.
And now so far, the theme has been the same. Foul trouble, penalties for the Lakers early, and offensive rebounds. The difference is in this game, the Lakers are scoring because of Shaq.
O'Neal goes up in the air to get the rebound, gets fouled by Wallace. And of course, the other thing is the premature jump ball by O'Neal in every game. And on the Piston end, it's been Rasheed Wallace getting into foul trouble.
It's like football. They should just flip a coin and right now every time the Pistons have called heads, and it's come up heads.
A lot of fouls to give. Looking at the Piston bench, they have 4 guys who can guard them. Very similar to the case against the Timberwolves in that series. But not that they needed them. I mean, through this, the other night, Shaquille didn't even get to the free throw line until the 4th quarter.
I think that's been one of the more interesting things in this series. We thought that they would use all those fouls. They really haven't had to, and they haven't done it. They've done it with single coverage, which is pretty amazing guarding Shaquille O'Neal.
And O'Neal is the guy you want at the free throw line if you're the Pistons. Misses both there. Detroit up by 2. Billups all the way. A little hard on the layup. And O'Neal with the rebound. 3 minutes to go in the period. Payton will go all the way, and Gary puts it in. So Payton, scoreless in the first quarters of the 3 games thus far, has 4 points tonight.
Boy, Gary Payton is aggressive tonight, and I think that's the difference. He's finding a way to penetrate and drive the lane. That's old vintage Gary Payton.
Hamilton. Wallace taps the rebound. Only Lakers are there, but it's off the Lakers. Detroit will maintain possession. 2:39 remaining in the opening period at the Palace of Auburn Hills. Game 4. Tied at 18 as you're watching the NBA Finals on ABC Sports Championship Television. Take your pick there. What was the old Vidal Sassoon line? If you don't look good, we don't look good. So what's your preference? What do you think, Doc?
I'm going to take the ball because less maintenance.
Absolutely. Sometimes you have no choice.
No,
like Dick Lavetta wouldn't have a choice,
no.
would he? Rasheed, of course, is a, well, he's sort of a barber. I don't know that he's licensed, but he'll cut your hair.
I don't know. I look at his, I don't think I'm going.
Elvin Campbell comes into the game. Here's Prince. O'Neal gets the rebound. Now for the Lakers, Kobe Bryant is off to a cold start. Bryant is 1 out of 5, 2 points. O'Neal has 10, Payton has 4. Here's Bryant. His 6th attempt, misses again, so 5 misses out of 6 shots.
And most have been contested, though I thought his first 2 looks are pretty good looks.
Inside to Rasheed Wallace.
Now, Every time Rasheed Wallace goes down low to the post, he scores. He's done it twice tonight. He has scored both times. With Karl Malone unable to move, for the most part, he's just going to reach. Karl Malone has great hands. Rasheed Wallace knows that. He's doing a great job of protecting the ball. And once he gets it up, it's nothing Karl Malone can do.
First foul on Malone. Three-point play. Cashed in. Detroit leads by 3. Wallace in foul trouble in the first 3 games in the series. Doesn't have one tonight. In fact, the Pistons have only 2, and the Lakers have 7. Malone. Payton. Little spin move. Left-handed. 12-footer. He puts it in.
Gary Payton is the only other guy besides Shaq and Kobe who can create his own points, and he's doing it this evening.
Lakers had no 20-point quarters in Game 3. They're already at 20 right now with a minute and a half to play. Malone trying to body Wallace. Prince is there for the rebound. Pistons working so hard on the offensive glass in the series.
That has to be at least their 5th second shot in the first quarter.
They have 5 offensive rebounds. Lindsey Hunter. Shot clock at 5. Hunter dishes it to Campbell. Throws up an air ball, and that'll be a 24-second violation. So the Lakers take it in, down by a point with 62 seconds remaining. Larry Brown, who won an NCAA championship at Kansas in '88. Danny Manning was a star, trying to become the first coach to win titles in both college and the NBA. Phil Jackson on the other bench, of course, trying to win his 10th title. Malone takes it from O'Neal and hits, so Shaq gets the assist. Malone, with his first 2 points, gives the Lakers the lead.
Every time you spy on Shaq, they've done it twice. He has found guys. Shaq is such a great passer.
Wallace tried to get it inside. It was tipped away by Malone and out of bounds. 11 on the shot clock.
We noticed that it's not that loud in this arena. You can feel the pressure in this arena this evening.
The other night, it was crazy before the game. That's what Mason will do for you at the PA mic, of course. You start out hot, and then the Pistons led 8-0, and they stayed hot the whole game and never trailed. There is a little tension, though, tonight. It would figure, very pivotal game. Wallace for 3, and that's another air ball. And the Lakers will inbound and try to milk the clock here with 25.1.
You know, sometimes fans can feel it also. They know that this is a big game for not only the Lakers, but this is a big game for the Pistons. They would love the opportunity to close it out here in Detroit. They know that this is the game that the Lakers are going to give them their best blow.
Larry Brown goes for defense. Darvin Ham and Mike James come in. Phil Jackson makes the offensive substitution here. Kareem Rush, good 3-point shooter. The Lakers trying to take the clock down as far as they can. There's a 2.2-second differential right now. And now Rasheed Wallace comes out and Chauncey Billups comes back in to finish the quarter.
Well, when you look on the floor for the Lakers, Phil Jackson put on the floor 4 guards and Shaq. So he wants to spread the floor, get to Shaq, and dare Detroit to help. If they help, they're going to look for a 3-point shot.
Bryant outside. Bryant starts in, and a whistle here. There's a foul to give, and they give it. Foul is on Darvin Ham, so 10 seconds remaining. That's the first in the last 2 minutes, and no free throw.
Smart move. Inbound. Smart move by Kobe. He knew they had a foul to give, so he went early, so they had to commit it. Now they have 10 seconds to work it and try to get a good shot.
Bryant. Kobe dishes it off to the corner. Payton puts it up and misses the last shot of the period. So Payton had 6, couldn't cash the 3. That's the end of the first period in Game 4 at the Palace of Auburn Hills, as the Los Angeles Lakers lead the Detroit Pistons 22-21. Shaquille O'Neal with 10 to lead the Lakers. Chauncey Billups with 9 to lead the Pistons. Tonight's game available on HD television from the Palace of Auburn Hills. Al Michaels, Doc Rivers, Michelle Tafoya, and Stuart Scott as we get ready for the start of the second quarter. The NBA, of course, has gone global. This game is being broadcast in a lot of different languages, including whatever Doc and I are coming to you in right now.
Yeah.
Cantonese, of course, Croatian. Doc and I are coming to you in Tagalog tonight. And what does it sound like in Manila and the rest of the Philippines? Here's a listen. Hey! Woo! Well, Doc, that's not bad.
No, that sounds like us.
In some places, that can win an Emmy.
Patuloy ang NBA Madness in Motown. Game number 4 ng 2004 NBA Finals at nasa second quarter na tayo para sa IBC and Solar Sports coverage ng NBA Finals. Ako po si Vito Lazadin alongside the Dean Quinito Henson. Quinito, balikan muna natin ng sandali ang Game 1. Los Angeles Lakers, we predicted that they would come back in a big way dito sa Game 4, and they have in the first quarter.
I think so. No, this is the most points that the Lakers have scored in any first quarter in the series so far. Naka 22 points na sila. Ngayon, meron na silang 24. No? 22 points, the highest they have scored in any first quarter. Bakit? Because in the previous 3 games, they have been held to less than 20 points in those first quarters. So, looks like the Lakers are moving the ball very well. Meron na silang 10 assists in this game, and Detroit only with 2. At yan.
Ayan, ito po yung position namin.
tayo.
Upstairs, dito sa Palace at Auburn Hills. Siyempre, representing the Philippines, ay kami po yung isa.
Doc, they dealt with everything but the point spread.
Yeah, that wasn't bad. I mean,
making predictions, doing the whole thing here.
Yeah, you can understand a half of it.
Sure.
Sounds like us.
Meanwhile, Shaq scored. Right. We're about 30%. Lindsey Hunter. O'Neal high for the rebound, but Campbell is right there with him. The ball is out of bounds to Detroit.
Yeah, off of Shaq's head.
One disadvantage of being the taller guy.
Yeah, that's one of the few.
Lakers by 3 early second quarter. Knocked out of bounds by Fisher.
Tell you, one thing you can see already in this game is that the Laker defense is pretty good. It's very active. The question is, and Phil Jackson wants to know the answer too, can they do it for 48 minutes? They've proven that they can do it for 6 and 7 and 8 minutes.
Corliss Williamson inbound, but he makes his first appearance. Former 6th man of the year. Campbell now has the ball. Former Laker, he's short on that shot. Fisher gets the rebound. Kareem Rush starting the second quarter for LA. Now Bryant, cold in the first 12 minutes. Into Shaq. Guarded by Campbell. Bank doesn't go. Rasheed Wallace clears the glass. Medvedev in the game for LA. And a whistle here. And the foul called on Bryant.
And again, they got this matchup in Game 2 or Game 3, and it really hurt the Lakers. That's the Corliss Williamson and Kobe Bryant matchup. Tough matchup for Kobe Bryant.
Bryant's first. Fisher guarding Billups inside now. Williamson, he's short, and O'Neal gets the rebound. Shaquille O'Neal has 6 rebounds now. Shaq's going to drive to the basket and gets fouled on his way.
You know, it's rare that Shaq goes quick, but when he goes quick, it's amazing, first of all, how quick he is, and it's also amazing how quickly people get out of his way.
I'm just thinking the same thing. When he turns and starts in like that, I mean, who's going to stop him? Foul on Wallace Rasheed, that's his first.
Look at this quick move, and all of a sudden the ocean opens because they see the big Shaq rumbling.
O'Neal hitting 60% in the playoffs. Under 50 for the regular season makes the first. Here's Michelle.
Well, guys, I spoke to Shaquille O'Neal earlier about his love of rest. He's a much more productive player after 2 or more days off than he is after just 1, to the tune of about 6.5 points a game. He put it to me this way. He said, if you hack away at a tree and keep hacking, it'll eventually fall. But if you give it some rest, it'll work with the sun and nature to rejuvenate it. Al, I think he's rejuvenated, but he's going to continue to get hacked all night, isn't he?
The big Aristotle, he shouldn't be talking about hacking anything.
No, he shouldn't.
He makes 1 of 2. He was hitting 60% in the finals, much less than that in the playoffs. And the foul here as Rasheed Wallace goes up. And the foul on Slava Medvedenko.
Well,
alone on the bench here at the beginning of the second period.
And what's different is Rasheed Wallace is not on the bench. You know, he's basically has played this entire first half. This is the first game in the finals so far that he's been allowed to play. Usually he's in foul trouble. Also, Rasheed Wallace is going down to the post, Al, and doing a great job. He really, right now, is their only scorer.
The only time Rasheed Wallace has played in the second quarter, a total of 12 seconds, as Ben Wallace comes back into the game and Campbell goes out. The only time Rasheed's been in the second quarter was at the end of the half in one of the games, and Larry Brown put him in a special situation with just 12 seconds on the clock. (25-23). Lakers by 2, 9:45. The guys on the floor right now, it's been all Shaquille. Inside now you've got Rasheed Wallace guarding O'Neal. Bryant off balance. Kobe can't get anything to drop. With Rasheed Wallace guarding O'Neal, of course, you got to watch carefully for that second foul as Billups is in and out. And O'Neal continues to be dominant on the boards.
Well, one of the things Larry Brown does not want is quick shots. And the reason he doesn't want it, unless it's a quick good shot, is because he wants to limit the possessions of the Lakers.
Phil Jackson didn't like that quick shot by his club right there. Ben Wallace guarded by Medvedenko. And as he tries to make a move on him, the foul is called on Medvedenko. His second. 8:57 to the half. Los Angeles leading Detroit by 2 in game 4. O'Neal and Bryant have dominated the Lakers scoring in the first 3 games of this series, but tonight Kobe is 1 out of 7, and that 1 was a layup. So he has 2 and O'Neal has 13. Kobe scored the Lakers' first basket tonight and has been blank since.
Yeah, and you can see they kind of implemented the Kobe rules. Every shot he gets is contested for the most part. I thought he started out the game, he had 2 pretty good looks. And since then, everything's been contested. He would love to get the ball to the post, so Lindsey Hunter has not been allowed to do that. But look at all the attention that Kobe Bryant is getting. It's interesting that Larry Brown has decided he's going to give Kobe a ton of attention, but Shaq not that much attention, because he knows if Shaq gets it deep, there's not much they can do about it anyway.
Pistons are 1 for their last 12 from the field. Therefore, the discrepancy in the field goal percentage. Luke Walton makes his first appearance. Comes in off the Laker bench. Luke Walton, the key figure in the game 2 comeback. Of course, the key figure at the end was Bryant. And the Pistons turn it over. Gary Payton on the floor with Fisher outside, which moves Bryant to the small forward spot. Walton, Fisher outside, passes up the 3, settles for the 2-point attempt, gets in too far, gets it back. Foul underneath. Loose ball on Fisher.
Now, Al, look, penalty situation with 8:27 left in the second quarter. This is exactly what the Lakers didn't want, because now They don't have to play great defense. They can still put people on the line, and this is not what the Lakers wanted this early.
Doc, one of the stunning things in this series is you thought the Pistons would have by far more fouls because of trying to take care of O'Neal. It's been the reverse. Hamilton at the line. You can log on to the NBA store at NBA.com. A lot of good stuff right there at NBA.com.
Well, going into this game, the Pistons have shot 35 more free throws than the Lakers. During the regular season, the Lakers led the league in free throw attempts. So that tells you what's going on in the change. Now, there's no conspiracy here. I'm going to tell you why, because Detroit is driving the ball to the basket, and the Lakers, for the most part, minus Shaq, have been settling for jump shots.
A jump shot here that hits the side of the glass. The Lakers have committed 92 fouls in this series, and Detroit has committed 60. And the foul as Hunter comes across midcourt. Committed here by Walton, his first.
See, I mean, you look at here, and this is a foul. You can see the trip on Walton right there before Shaq gets there. But the bottom line is now the Lakers have to play a more passive defense because every time they touch, they are giving the Pistons points. They've had a great defensive game up until this point. But from this point on, this next 8 minutes is going to be crucial for the Lakers in this game.
27-25 Detroit, so Detroit erasing the Laker lead up by 2. Full court pressure. Bryant gets it up to Fisher, and he misses it, and O'Neal tries to tap the rebound. And Fisher is there to follow and gets fouled. Great play by Fisher. O'Neal entangled and screaming for a foul and didn't get it. And the little guy got underneath and puts it in.
Yeah, the others are giving the Lakers a boost this evening. Derek Fisher missed his first shot because he thought he was going to get fouled and didn't. But Fisher stayed into the play, and now he has a chance for a three-point play.
Foul is on Campbell. His first. Fisher converts, and the Lakers take the lead 28-27 with 8 minutes to play in the opening half. The bounce pass into Hunter. He drives, and he gets fouled. So that foul here is on Derek Fisher. They're going to call it.
Yeah.
They call it on Walton. Otherwise, for a second, it would have been almost disaster for the Lakers. It would have been Fisher's third. It's Walton's second. Well, Hunter makes the first.
Fisher had his hands up, looking like he was signaling the foul. And now what he was really doing was telling Luke Walton that was my fault. Fisher tried to gamble, got out of position, got back cut, and now Lindsey Hunter is on the line.
Kobe Bryant gets his first rest of the game. Devin George comes back in. Detroit hitting 74% from the line in this series, and 2 there by Hunter, making it 29-28 Detroit lead. Tonight, the Pistons are 15 of 16 from the foul line. O'Neal off the side of the glass. And then underneath, with Wallace battling Payton for it, it's called on the Lakers.
And the march back to the free throw line. I mean, it's amazing. Back to the free throw line, the Pistons go. The Pistons, for the rest of the quarter, they don't have to make another field goal. Al, they're going to stay in this game because they can keep going to the foul line. And again, they're doing it because they're more aggressive right now, and they're driving to the basket. They're getting fouls because they're attacking the glass.
In fact, the Pistons do not have a field goal in the second quarter. All they need is what they've been doing from the line. That's only their second miss. Detroit with 8 points in the period, all from the stripe. Malone on the bench. O'Neal's on the bench. All right, Bryant's on the bench. O'Neal on the floor right now with George, Fisher, Walton, and Payton. The Pistons have Campbell with Williamson, Ben Wallace, Hamilton, and Billups. O'Neal gets fed, gets tripled, scores anyway, and he'll go to the free throw line.
You know, it's interesting. Shaq, the last 2 times, had decided to go to the jump hook. That time, he said, the jump hook is not working anymore. I'm going to go with the power move, and that's exactly what he did. When he lowers that shoulder and is able to split, unstoppable.
Brian Russell up on the baseline. Rick Fox up. Kobe gets up. Brian Cook as well. 7.5 to play. in the second quarter. And we have a lane violation, which will give Shaquille O'Neal another attempt.
You know, bad free throw shooters are at the absolute worst when you're trying to time to get in the lane because they don't have a rhythm.
Can't make, in effect, the bonus. And to the chime, which resonates throughout this arena, Big Ben Wallace gets the rebound. Williamson, bodied by George. Walton comes over to help, which leaves Campbell alone, and he's short. And Devin George gets the rebound. Walton leaves it outside for George. Payton works to O'Neal. Turned around, goes in, and Shaquille O'Neal 17 points in about 17 minutes of action.
And Al, you saw the end of that play, but to get the ball, I have never seen Shaquille O'Neal move that well and that quickly without the ball so he can get the ball.
You know, Michelle made a good point before. As the foul is committed here, foul is on Fisher. That's going to be his third. It's a big difference having 2 days rest and 3 days rest at this part of the season when a guy is 32 years old. The Lakers would also benefit if this goes to a 7th game. The only other time in this series there would be a 2-day rest period would be between 6 and 7.
Yeah, well, they would be happy to get to a 7th game if it was tomorrow because right now they need a win.
Bryant will come back in. Prince comes in, replacing Williamson. Fisher goes to the bench because he's the only guy in the game with 3. Billups, who has just been magnificent in this series, 10 points already tonight. Makes them both. Pistons are 17 out of 20 from the line. The Lakers are 2 out of 6 from the free throw line. Pistons have 7 field goals and the Lakers have 15, but it's a 1-point game. George fights for room and Billups says, I didn't make that. I didn't commit that. Not me.
And Al, this is what we were talking about with Shaquille O'Neal. I don't think I've ever seen him move this well without the ball. Watch him. First he wants the lob. Doesn't get it. He keeps moving, fights back, gets his position, then quick move. With Shaq moving like that, it's going to be tough for the Pistons to slow him down.
Ben Wallace swats it away, 9 on the 24. Lindsey Hunter up and down like a jack in the box off that bench. Larry Brown spotting him in certain situations. Billups comes out. Here's Bryant.
Boy, that's a tough shot. That was one of those shots when you're struggling, you haven't touched the ball, you want to get a shot up. That's what that shot was about right there.
Bryant now 1 of 8. Here's Hamilton. Wearing that face mask to protect the broken nose. And the jam by Rasheed Wallace underneath. Detroit back up on top. Walton drives all the way in and then travels with it.
Yeah, Walton is trying to do a little too much right now.
Got caught in no man's land. Says he was held. Last Detroit basket. Back and forth goes the lead. Right now it's Detroit 33 and the Lakers 32.
The NBA Finals on ABC, brought to you by Coors Light. Unleash the Rocky Mountain cold taste of Coors Light. And Nissan, who invites you to shift the way you move through the world.
Shaquille O'Neal, a big-time night. 8 of 10 from the field, 8 rebounds, 2 assists. And during the timeout, it appeared that Phil Jackson was thinking about resting him. And here goes Shaq out to where the coaches are all meeting. Kurt Rambis and Phil Jackson, Jim Clemens, Frank Hamlin. And was able to, I don't know if he was going to come out or not at that point, Doc, but if he sensed that Phil was going to take him out, I think he asked to stay in.
Yeah, it's a pretty smart move. That's why Phil has won those 9 titles. You know, he listened to the big fella. You know, that's what he should do. You know, Shaq knows that this is a big game. And people talk about leadership. That's a form of leadership without saying a word to the rest of his teammates.
Well, Michelle talked about it before at the practice yesterday with O'Neal and Bryant and the 5 guys with 3 rings as Wallace puts one up from the outside, getting together and calling Phil into what he called a dingy men's room, like there's any other kind.
Yeah, I didn't know there was a clean one.
And they had a meeting because they have 5 guys remaining on the team with all 3 rings, and the foul is called here by Dick Vivetta inside.
And Lindsey Hunter was caught. That's why he has a smirk on his face. Veterans have all the tricks. Now watch Lindsey Hunter here. He was grabbing the jersey and he thought he can get away with it. Now the Lakers are in penalty. So now it can even up for the Lakers. They have a chance now to pound it down low and get to the free throw line. It's rare that they're shooting a free throw in this series.
Kevin George does not have a point. In fact, has not attempted a free throw, has not attempted a field goal, and now he gets on the board.
And I want to keep making the case, Al, that the reason that the Pistons have gone to the foul line is because they've attacked the basket, and the Lakers, for the most part, have settled for jump shots. The difference in this game, you see the Lakers are starting to drive the ball as well, and they're getting it to Shaq more.
A little blood, and of course that compels George to go over and be checked out by Gary Vitti before he can attempt his second shot. And it's in effect George laughing about whatever, cut lip. No charged timeout here. Vitti's been a busy man. We know there'll be a game 5. We'll have it for you right here, 8:30 Eastern and 5:30 Pacific on Tuesday night from the Palace. It's the Lakers and the Pistons. And then if there's a game 6, back to L.A. on Thursday night. If there were to be a game 7, it would be in Los Angeles a week from tonight. All the starting times are the same. George now makes it 34-33. Several lead changes in this one. The game has been close from the outset. Lakers led by 1 at the quarter break. Wallace throws it all the way into the backcourt and out of bounds, so they'd have lost it in either instance. And Larry Brown looking down the floor. Larry has moved around a lot. It's comical to a lot of people, but in a way, he seeks perfection. It's his 10th head job since the early 70s.
Yeah, I played for him. I can tell you, he definitely seeks perfection.
His players, though, love him. Here's Bryant. Got it.
And that, again, was a tough shot, but Kobe Bryant has the talent to pull it off.
So Bryant scores his first points since early in the game when he scored the Lakers' first points on a layup. 10 on the timer. Now 5. Rasheed Wallace. Crowd getting anxious. Ben Wallace is there to tap it, but O'Neal saves it for the Lakers. LA by 3. Here's George for 3. And then it hit the 24-second clock above the backboard.
I tell you, right now, the Lakers completely have taken Detroit out of their offense. You can't get any worse offensive possession than the Pistons are having, and that right there is a Kobe Bryant jump shot, which again is well defended, but he's able to make the shot.
A little bit of the Michael Jordan tongue action there. Wallace missing, and Shaquille O'Neal has 10 rebounds to go with his 17 points and 2 assists. Malone has to fight for it, goes all the way in, gets too far underneath, and it's taken away by Rasheed Wallace.
Well, he just had no lift. That's from his knee.
Hamilton. Tapped out of bounds. Detroit retains it.
I mean, right there, Karl Malone had a layup that usually, when he's healthy, he at least comes out of this with the foul. But watch how he can't even get off the ground right now. And that's really difficult for him. And it makes him extremely frustrated, obviously. But you know what? He's actually doing pretty well when he's out on the floor.
Fresh 24 as they'll inbound the ball. Kareem Rush comes in. Devin George goes out. 2 for their last 18 are the Pistons. They're hanging in on the free throw line. Prince. Tap by Malone into the hands of O'Neal. Bryant with O'Neal creating the screen way outside, and then it's Rasheed Wallace with the block and the takeaway. Quickly to Prince. He's going to drive all the way. Put it in. Count it. Goes to the line.
See, once again, Kobe Bryant drives, gets caught in traffic. Rasheed Wallace makes a great play, and it allows the Pistons to do the one thing they've done offensively throughout this series is attack the basket and go to the foul line.
And it's a big turnaround because the Lakers get a basket as Malone skies it down to Bryant, and it's knocked out of bounds, and the Lakers retain. The Lakers were on the verge there of a 5 or 6 point lead, but with the block, it came back the other way, and now it's a 1-point game. Each team trying to have a little momentum going to the half in Auburn Hills.
The Detroit Pistons have made just 9 field goals in the first half. The Lakers have 12 assists on their field goals, yet it's only a 1-point Laker lead because of the free throw discrepancy. Verizon Wireless halftime report coming up with analysis from Byron Scott and Tom Tolbert. Your thoughts thus far?
You know what? I think the Lakers are very fortunate to be up in this game, and they should be very happy, especially with Kobe being 2 for 10 right now.
Well, Detroit's best offense is getting to the free throw line. I mean, the Lakers have to stay out of early foul trouble. That's what's killing them, but Detroit is taking advantage of that.
At half, the story of Richard Hamilton, who's really emerged in these finals, and an update on the Buick Classic Golf from earlier today. All coming up with the Verizon Wireless halftime report. Now to Stuart Scott.
Mike, I am high above the Palace in the Palace sound room with my man Steve Conway, who's the sound man. Whenever Big Ben Wallace scores or a rebound or a block shot or any hustle play, you hear the Big Ben gong. You can hear it on television. It's really simple. The Magic Man right here. I press it. The big gong. Now, I asked Ben, I said, there's no way you hear that because you're too focused, right? He said, oh, absolutely not. He said, I listen for it. If I do something, I'm thinking, hey, where's my gong? Steve Conway, the man with the gong, Al.
He's probably mystified right now. He's figuring, what is that gong for right here? Bryant misses. Ben Wallace. This is wild in this place.
Oh, my. You like saying that.
I love saying that. Can't get that Wallace. And meanwhile, how about Tolbert wearing the bedspread from his hotel? Here's Wallace. Ben looking for that gong. Instead, he dishes off. Hamilton from the lane. And O'Neal gets the rebound.
Well, it's been like a one-man rebounding machine for the Lakers, and it's all been Shaq. Kobe gets an open look.
Bryant, boy, he's not even close tonight. Ben Wallace, here comes the gong. The Lakers don't want to hear anything that resembles For Whom the Bell Tolls.
No.
37-36, Detroit.
They've gone away from getting the ball to Shaquille O'Neal.
Rush, batted away.
You know, the Lakers go on these spurts where they go 3, 4, 5 minutes without getting the ball to Shaq, and they have to get it to Shaq. And this has been Wallace running the floor. This is one thing that the Pistons feel they can do on rebounds, because they think they can beat Shaq back, and that's true.
Rick Fox has come in, fumbles the inbounds pass. There's only 4 on the timer, and Fox doesn't know how much is left. Now he does. So Fox came into the game but wasn't aware how much time, and Hunter's going to make him pay. Lindsey Hunter all the way to the basket, and Detroit trying to finish the first half with a rush.
That's a great example. When you come off the bench, you have to know time and score, and that's an uncharacteristic mistake by Rick Fox.
And O'Neal loses the ball, and it's stolen away, and there's no foul, and this is James. And he gets fouled. And they're going to count it because they're going to call it goaltending. So they bring Mike James, seldom used. He comes into the game. Larry Brown loves to mix and match at the end of a quarter, and he does it here, and James gives them a 5-point lead.
James has come in and give them a spark with his quickness.
Malone gives it back to Bryant. Kobe in traffic. Kobe has it partially blocked. Malone gets it. Try to get it to O'Neal. Pistons retain possession. James again. Dishes back to Big Ben. He'll get a mini gong. He'll go to the free throw line.
Now, no Shaq means big time Detroit Pistons. Every time they get a long rebound, Mike James is flying down the floor. Here's another one with Kobe Bryant coming in, goaltending the ball. I mean, he's putting so much pressure on the Lakers that it's funny. Every time it's either a bucket, goaltending, or they're going to the foul line.
Wallace misses the first. Payton has committed his third foul. The Lakers have committed 18 fouls, and the Pistons only 8. 20-second timeout, Los Angeles. With Detroit up 41-36. 41-36. Detroit leading the Lakers by 5 with 48.7 seconds remaining in the first half. Wallace to shoot the second of 2 at the free throw line.
Shaq was quite hot during that break.
Shaq is hot. There's no question. Wallace misses both. Fox gets the rebound. Momentum key going to the half, and right now Detroit has it all. Lakers trying to shave the lead. Payton has to come out to Fox. But the Lakers just look disorganized on offense. Fox saves it. 1 on the timer. Bryant from the corner. Oh, boy, you talk about a big 3.
Wow.
I mean, they're throwing the ball all over the place, and then Bryant gets free from the corner.
You know, they basically are not guarding Karl Malone right now. Rasheed Wallace just stood in Shaq's lap. Why? His man has the ball. He didn't care. And they really were lucky on that possession. That's a big 3, though, Al.
One reason, of course, the Lakers look disorganized is that Piston defense. That was the first 3-pointer of the game. Here's Wallace trying to make the second and can't. And the Lakers are able to make it a 2-point game at the half. So a seesaw game, a lot of lead changes. O'Neal is 17 points. Bryant gets hot at the end at a vital time. Chauncey Billups leading Detroit in scoring with 11. They've been very balanced tonight. And in Game 4, with Detroit leading 2-1 at halftime, the Detroit Pistons lead the Los Angeles Lakers 41-39. Here's Stewart.
Chauncey Billups, you guys are up by 2 and shooting less than 35%. If I had told you that before the game, what would you have said?
That we're going to be in trouble if we don't shoot a good percentage because, you know, they're forcing it down to Shaq. Kobe's starting to hit some shots, but, you know, we'll be fine. We're just not getting the ball from side to side like we need to.
Coach Brown always talks about getting the ball from side to side. What exactly does that mean?
Well, I mean, they're a good defensive team when you keep the ball on one side of the floor, but the more passes you make, if you get it from one side to the other side, their defense breaks down a little bit and, you know, their athleticism starts to show.
Is it showing now?
Nah, they're making a run. You know, they got back in the game, you know, with some big shots and some last-second shots on the shot clock. But, you know, we gotta get a little more aggressive.
All right, Chauncey, I appreciate it, man. Good luck in the second half. Al, let's go back to you.
Thank you, Stuart. Detroit, in fact, hitting exactly 32% from the field. But from the free throw line, they're 17 out of 23. Bryant hits a big 3 at the end to make it very close at halftime. Coming up, the Verizon Wireless halftime report. Mike, Tom, and Byron with a closer look at the first half. Detroit 41 and the Lakers 39.
This is the Verizon Wireless halftime report.
once again, not a ton of offense in the half. Ben Wallace with this layup, and we saw the gong get sounded here at the Palace. Detroit leads by 2 as we welcome you to the Verizon Wireless Halftime Report with Byron Scott and Tom Tope. Again, the big picture perspective. Detroit trying to go 3-1. No team in the history of the NBA Finals has come back from down 3-1. Well, we know the extra day rest, as Michelle told us, kind of fueled Shaquille O'Neal. Why was he getting so many hoops in that first half, Byron?
Well, you know what, Mike? I think Shaq came out with a sole purpose of being very aggressive on the offensive end. And he came out early to try to establish that dominance in the paint. And when Shaq catches the ball with 1 foot in the paint and he can just take one dribble and dunk, you're at his mercy. And they were able to get him the ball early and often in that paint, and nobody could stop him. Ben Wallace, Rasheed, anybody on Detroit, nobody had an answer for him. Just when he starts to get a little tired and he starts to just allow them to push him out is when he has some problems. But at the beginning of this game, he really established himself early and often, and that's what he has to continue to do.
A lot of talk about what Laker adjustments would be made. We saw Rick Fox a little bit earlier. Karl Malone can barely give him anything. He was limping in the second quarter. And Phil Jackson played the ref card in between games, said, hey, foul disparity's been extraordinary. What was extraordinary again in this half? But the Pistons are earning their way to the free throw line, Tom. 23-8. You can say a couple of calls were questionable on either side, but it's Detroit's hustle and the Lakers being flat-footed why Detroit has taken 50 more free throws in this series.
Well, I think they're collecting some of those fouls, trying to keep them off the boards. They're collecting some of those fouls, trying to stay in front of them. And while Detroit only had 5 offensive rebounds this half, I mentioned this because I think it's key in a game that's so low scoring. You've got to try to get extra possessions. The last couple games, they had 34 offensive rebounds. Today, like I said, I think they had 5 in the first quarter, none in the second quarter. But towards the end of the game, this is a close game in the 70s. Every possession will count, and offensive rebounds could be key. Getting those extra possessions, helping you win a basketball game.
We were sitting here. Kobe's 3 for 14. Hit that great 3 here towards the back end of the half. Have you ever seen Kobe Bryant struggle for his shot as much as you saw there in the second quarter?
No, I haven't, Mike, and it's really hard to watch because everything he's getting, and Tom mentioned this a little earlier, he's getting on his own. It's not like the Lakers are doing anything to really help him. They're not looking for him on the post. They're not really doing a lot of pick and roll with him. So everything Kobe is getting is basically on his own, and that makes it very difficult, especially against a defense that is devised to stop you, and that's what the Detroit Pistons are doing right now.
Did you see enough desperation from the Lakers in that first half?
Well, I mean, I thought they played hard. Yeah. I thought they went out there and they played hard. I mean, there's a difference between, like, everybody says sense of urgency and panic. You don't want to go out there running all over the place and doing things you're not capable of doing. But, you know, I think what we're seeing is this team's, they could put an old team out on the floor.
Yes.
You know, Rick Fox getting a little bit older. Gary Payton looks old. Karl Malone is hurt. You know, Shaq's not as young as he was yesterday, and he'll be older tomorrow than he is today, I think.
That's why Doc
they played hard.
That's why Doc is dialed in on the foul trouble. They're in the bonus 8 minutes, 7 minutes.
They got
Detroit's work is doing that too. The Lakers. So that's the background on the first half with Detroit on top by a couple, despite the fact that Richard Hamilton only had 1 field goal. You'll get to know the man from suburban Philadelphia, Coatesville, Pennsylvania, and a golf update after this.
The Verizon Wireless Halftime Report, brought to you by Verizon Wireless, the only wireless provider that allows you to vote for the NBA Finals MVP.
Can you hear me now? Good.
Oh, my God. Back here on the Verizon Wireless Halftime Report at the finals in the Palace of Auburn Hills, where Gary Payton showed a little bit of offense and a little bit of a lob to Shaq, although it was offensive interference. Still, Detroit leads the Lakers by 2 here in Game 4. Busy sports day here on ABC. Earlier today, they needed extra holes to wrap up the 2004 Buick Classic in Westchester. And for a recap, here's our colleague Terry Gannon.
All right, Mike, thank you. We needed extra holes to decide the title here at the Buick Classic. Padraig Harrington from Ireland involved in the playoff. This on the first playoff hole. That was for the win. It would have been his first ever win on the PGA Tour. He would miss a putt on the next playoff hole. He would be out. Sergio Garcia taking on Rory Sabatini here at 18, the approach, the third shot at the par 5. Well done. So Garcia, who won this title back in 2001, trying to win it again in 2004. Sabatini missed his birdie putt, and it came down to this. Garcia with the win for the second time in his career here at the Westchester Country Club. Right now, we send it back to the finals and Mike Tirico.
All right, Terry, we'll see you on the golf tour. The U.S. Opens this week, then 4 weeks in a row on ABC, capped off by the British Open. Well, Richard Hamilton, an emerging star in these NBA playoffs. He's from suburban Philadelphia, 50 miles away from Philly in Coatesville, Pennsylvania, or as Rip likes to say, Philadelphia is 50 miles away from Coatesville. He likes to put it in Coatesville words. That's because that hometown is one of the biggest ingredients in his life. The other one, his dad, who, oh, by the way, is using the same nickname as he. He is called Big Rip. Richard Hamilton has gotten to this stage on the finals thanks in part to the fuel from Coatesville and the foundation from Big Rip.
You know, we only from this red light to 7 red lights down, and this is Coatesville. And we've been here all our lives.
It's a lot of trouble you can get into in Coatesville. I didn't want my boy to make some of the mistakes I made in my life.
He always said that I'm going to put you in a situation where you can succeed. I'm going to try to get you away from all the negative stuff that bring kids down.
Me and my boy was close. It was like I was always there for him, you know. It was like we were never apart.
My summers was full of camps, you know, going out and playing, so I wouldn't just be sitting around hanging out on the corner.
So the game plan was to keep him busy.
He had a father that cared.
A father who was right there. It wasn't like most fathers who wasn't there. His father was always there.
Rip Sr.
He was the type of father that I was never scared to talk to him. You know, he wasn't just a dad, he was my friend. He is probably the only one that really believed that I could make it to this level. A lot of people always said to me, you know, Rip, you're just gonna be just like all of us. You might go to school or you might do a whole lot of stuff, but you'll never ever make it to the NBA.
You're gonna get people that's gonna tell you something just because they want to try to stop your progress. Your mind is the strongest muscle on your body. So once you key that in, you can do anything you want.
I always told myself, I'm gonna be the first one to get out of here. I'm gonna be the first one to make it out here and actually do something positive, just be a stepping stone for somebody else.
Well, see, the thing about Rip is he never changed. He always comes back to Coatesville after the season. And he always goes around the community. Because if you can touch one kid and they see that you made it, it puts a smile on your face.
Showing everybody they can make it too. They try. They work hard.
You know, his main focus is for the kids. You know, you got to start with the youth.
He loves his town.
Yeah.
He does.
I'm not just representing Richard Hamilton. I'm representing the whole 11,000 people in Coatesville, Pennsylvania.
He's our star. That's right. That's right.
That's the bright star of Coatesville.
Regardless how small the city is, you're gonna know where I'm from.
Holla at the kid, Coatesville, baby.
Regardless of what I do on the floor, the one thing I want people to remember me is Richard Hamilton from Coatesville, Pennsylvania.
Coatesville's getting their first ring through Richard Hamilton.
It really doesn't surprise me what he's doing right now. It was just a matter of getting in the right situation and being in the right place.
He said, Rip, you know, your job is not just to get to the NBA. Your job is to be a superstar in the NBA. Your job is to go out and do everything possible to win an NBA championship. So when I'm here right now, he said, don't be surprised. You know, I had a vision. You're supposed to be here. So I want to cherish it and do everything possible to go ahead and try to get a ring.
Nicknamed Rip after his dad, who earned the name Rip because he used to rip his diapers when he was a kid. You'll see Rip, Chauncey, the rest of the Pistons take on the Lakers. Will it be a clinching game when we join you for Chevrolet NBA Hang Time at 8:30 Eastern on Tuesday night? Half two will tell that tale. Chauncey Billups, Richard Hamilton's backcourt mate, with 11 in the first half. Detroit by 2. Alan Dock have half two for you right after this.
This halftime report presented by Verizon Wireless. We never stop working for you. The second half is next after this message and a word from our ABC stations.
Can you hear me now? Good.
Palace of Auburn Hills outside Detroit. Al Michaels, Doc Rivers, Michelle Savoya, Stuart Scott with you. First half stats in a 2-point game. Lakers, as we've been telling you throughout the first half, dominant from the field, but Detroit with almost 3 times as many free throw attempts. Detroit on the break has been hot. Lakers have more assists. You know, Bryant hit the shot in game 2 that everybody will remember. If the Lakers are to win this game, they'll remember that shot at the end of the first half.
Yeah, they would. That was a huge shot. I mean, they could have gone down 5, 7, maybe even 8 points to go into the halftime. And the way they've been struggling offensively in the second halves, that would have been huge. But right now, the whole story in this game, there's 2 stories. The Lakers are playing much better defense than they have in the games previous. But they're fouling again, and the Pistons are marching to the foul line, and that's the only reason the Pistons are in this game right now.
Detroit trying to set itself up to clinch the title at home here on Tuesday night. Lakers trying to ensure game 6. We go over to Stewart.
Al, it was interesting. When Larry Brown came out of the locker room, he was as worry-free as I've seen him this entire series. Despite the fact the Pistons are shooting just 12 for 37, he told me that he told his team, look, guys, you rushed a few shots, but most of your shots were good looks. You can't worry about not making shots. You got to keep shooting and not worry about the consequences. He was actually, for Larry, pretty carefree. For Report the Lakers, let's go now to Michelle Tafoya.
All right, Stu, I spoke with Kurt Rambis coming out of the locker room at halftime. He said they were really disappointed that they let the Pistons have that run at the end of the first quarter. Second thing he said is we have got to stop fouling them. He said, quote, it's ridiculous how much scoring they're getting at the free throw line. And the third thing he talked about was Shaquille O'Neal. And a couple times when we saw Shaq get really hot, Doc and Al, you talked about it. He said Shaq's doing the things we're asking him to do. Other guys aren't making the reads and they're not getting him the ball. And that's what he's getting frustrated over. Doc, Al?
All right, thank you, Michelle. 41-39, Detroit. So the same guys that started the first half start the second, and O'Neal starts with a dunk to tie the game. And we mentioned before, when it's starter against starter, head-to-head, mano-a-mano, in this series, the Pistons have totally dominated the Lakers.
Well, not tonight. And I tell you, Ben Wallace is a strong guy. And right now, Shaq's making him look almost like a kid. That last time, Shaquille O'Neal grabbed the ball, backed it up, and look at Ben Wallace. Ben Wallace is a strong man. He's doing everything he can, and the next thing you know, he's up under the basket. That tells you how strong Shaquille O'Neal is.
Lakers can take the ball away. We're talking about starter on starter, but tonight it's not applicable because Devin George had those 2 fouls early in the game. So starter against starter have faced each other only 90 seconds. But here they are again, the primary 5 for each team. Malone.
Rasheed Wallace is basically not guarding Karl Malone. And if Karl Malone is not going to take that shot, then he's not going to be able to play in this game.
And the Pistons, of course, with a great defense. The Lakers almost with a 24-second violation, having to force a shot at the end. Prince will drive. Softly puts it in. Even his layups are so graceful. I mean, he just glides around the court.
He's one of those players that looks like he's not moving that fast or working that hard, but he really is.
George inside to O'Neal. Over Rasheed this time. Doesn't go. Battle on the boards. Lakers have it. Malone goes right back to O'Neal. A wraparound lay-in to tie it at 43.
Wow.
How do you stop an 18-wheeler rolling down a highway?
I don't know. I don't think you do. They have those runaway ramps. Maybe they can put that in.
That's it. Full of gravel and sand. Three on the timer. Billups at the horn. Got it.
That was a perfect Larry Brown executed play because they used the entire clock. The ball went from side to side. Everyone touched it, and they got a shot with 1 second on the clock. That's exactly what Larry Brown wanted.
And that's why Jackson bowed his head. Lakers played good defense. Pistons ate the clock, scored at the end. From the corner, three-pointer for Devin George. Devin George, who had no field goals in the first half, had 2 free throws. That's his first field goal of the game, and it gives the Lakers the lead by 1. Wallace works on Malone. And Malone gets called for the foul. That'll be his second. The Lakers have 2 guys with 3. Payton and Fisher, 2 guards. The Pistons have only 8 fouls in the game, and there's only one Piston with more than one, and that's Billups, who has 2. And Billups dishes it off for Wallace when it looked like Billups could have gone all the way in, and Ben gets fouled.
Let's see, that's a good foul. You know, number one, he's shooting. He's in the active shooting. Number two is Ben Wallace. And if he splits these free throws, that 1 point could be huge later. Now, one of the things Gary Payton has to do, and he did it in the first half, he made some moves of the triangle where he just attacked the basket and got to the basket. I think this is a game that Gary has to impose his will on. Now, he's not going to be a dominant player because he's not a dominant player on this team. But when he does that, he gives them something extra. I think it's really tough for him to fight through it, but I think he has to.
He played his best first half, certainly best first quarter of the series. He has 6 points in the game. So Wallace misses the first. Ben at the free throw line tonight is 3 out of 9. And now O'Neal gets the rebound, and for Shaquille O'Neal, that's 13. 13 of the Lakers' 24. Payton off a Malone screen. Into Kobe, too hard, and off Kobe's hands.
Karl Malone is going to have to look at the basket because right now Rasheed Wallace is not even guarding him.
And the follow is there after the Prince miss. Rasheed Wallace puts it back in. Rasheed Wallace with 11 points. Billups leads them in scoring with 13. O'Neal working on Wallace. Short. Wallace backs it to the other Wallace. And then Hamilton has it, but Hamilton may have stepped on the sideline, and he did, with Devin George right over there. So the Lakers will inbound, with Detroit leading by a point. Four minutes into the third period. Game 4. Malone, well, he's going to pass that shot up again. Now Bryant. Bryant gets it back. Off balance.
Look at the traffic.
2-on-0 break. Automatic for Billups.
3 players ran at Kobe Bryant when he put the ball on the floor. The Detroit Pistons have decided they're going to employ the Kobe rules. They are not going to let him have a free shot.
Jackson already has one technical. He's going over to Nice saying, how can you not call a foul down there? And the Pistons 2-on-0 to go up by 3.
Copyrighted telecast of the National Basketball Association may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the express written consent of the NBA.
The NBA Finals on ABC, brought to you by the Toyota Tundra Double Cab. Not just big, life-size. Bud Light, fresh, smooth, real. It's all here. And Nike Basketball.
Palace of Auburn Hills, 49-46. Detroit leading by 3 for Kobe Bryant, who was 4 for 13 the other night. Take a look at his shot chart, Doc. 3 out of 15.
Yeah, and I would say out of those 15 shots, 2 or 3 of them have been open. All the other ones have been contested, and not only contested by one hand, by 2 and 3. I mean, the Detroit Pistons have really decided to clamp down on Kobe Bryant. I think they've kind of thrown in the towel with Shaq. They know he's going to be very difficult to stop. I think they're waiting till the fourth quarter where they can employ the hack of Shaq maybe to slow him down. But for the first 3.5 quarters, they're giving Kobe Bryant Michael Jordan-type attention.
And Kobe has responded in these 2 games by going 7 out of 29 as the Pistons start with full court pressure. Medvedenko is in. Now Gary Payton, guarded by Chauncey Billups. Prince stays on Bryant. Medvedenko. Well, even Medvedenko's passing up open shots, and that's going to put Bryant in a bind and he'll have to launch a prayer. And he does. And you know the Lakers are completely out of sync because Medvedenko doesn't ever pass up a shot like that.
No. He's stiff, Al. I think that's what it was. But again, Kobe Bryant has made 2 amazing shots, and both of them have been huge shots.
Tremendous. Underneath, and we got away from the ball. A foul. Won't count.
Out of the timeout, lobs. Larry Brown out of timeouts, back cuts, and lobs. And they're calling a foul on the picker on Rip Hamilton.
That's Hamilton's second. Done up to the halfway mark of the third period. The game tied at 49. Bryant, turnaround. Missing here, Rasheed Wallace off the glass.
See, now you can see what Kobe's trying to do is go quick before help can come, but that's not the rhythm that he wants to shoot the ball at.
Try to lob it into Rasheed Wallace, then followed. Bryant starts back for the Lakers. Ben Wallace fronting Shaquille.
3 seconds on Shaquille O'Neal.
3 seconds because Wallace was fronting him. O'Neal was in the paint.
Sometimes your feet are so big that you don't know you're in the lane. I think Shaq actually thought he had pushed Wallace out of the lane. Didn't realize that the back of his foot was still in the paint.
Needed a global positioning device.
Yes.
Going to the floor, and that'll be traveling because he held on to the ball with Billups, who's a little slow in getting up. Maybe just taking a breather.
Yeah, but listen to the crowd.
Yeah.
I mean, Chauncey Billups last year in the playoffs sprained his ankle. And from that point on, he was never effective again. These fans know that. That's why it got so quiet in this arena when he went to the floor.
So he gets up, and as we mentioned before, at this point, in the 4th game of the series, Billups would be the primary candidate, I would think, Doc, for MVP.
Yeah, no doubt.
Into O'Neal. Hamilton is on him, but then they gives it to Medvedenko, and he's short. Gets his own rebound and gets fouled on what the Pistons think is a jump ball by Wallace. And then Wallace and Medvedenko start to jostle.
You know, and I hate to say this, Al, but if I'm the Lakers, I don't separate. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, I know what you mean.
Really
of course. You make it, it's like making a trade. You want to make a trade? Yeah. You want Medvedenko? Sure. We'll take him out. You take Wallace out.
Absolutely. You know when you were a little kid and you kind of pushed the guy into the other guy? I would have pushed him into Wallace instead of separating. Because that's a great trade for you if you're the Lakers. Just a bunch of talking, you know. Unless you're in football, usually, and even those fights, they have helmets on. It's usually just a bunch of talking.
Little Ukrainian thrown in there.
Yes.
Slava goes to the free throw line. Game tied at 49, 5.5 to play in the third period.
I would like to say great job of not, with the officials, not getting involved themselves and calling tax or anything like that. They separated them, and now they're back to playing basketball. I've always liked that. They called a double tech on both of the guys, but they didn't go through the whole theatrics of, you know, stopping the game. I like that. It's good. Just move on.
Rick Fox comes in. Devin George goes out. He makes 1 of 2, and the Laker lead is 1 point. Billups looking inside to Rasheed Wallace. Medvedenko guarding it. Puts it in.
I love that. I love what Larry Brown just did. Rasheed Wallace got into it with Medvedenko, and Larry Brown said, okay, if you're going to get tough with him, then we're going to give you the ball down on the post, and Rasheed Wallace responded by scoring.
He pays off. 1 point. Piston lead, 5 to play. Medvedenko is open, takes it this time. In and out. Billups gets the rebound. Up ahead to Tayshaun Prince. Hamilton.
Right back to Wallace.
They do it again. Rashid and Medvedenko, and that time he puts it in. It counts off the glass, and he's fouled.
You know, there's an old saying, sometimes you should let sleeping dogs lie. Rasheed Wallace has been quiet since the first quarter. Medvedenko comes in, gets him excited. Now he scored the last 2 buckets, and he has a chance here to get a three-point play.
Got the ball back in his fingers after it started to slip away to make it off the glass, and a chance to make it a 4-point game.
You talk about little adjustments at halftime. The adjustment that the Detroit Pistons have made, they've decided they're not going to guard the 4 position on the Laker team. They're going to use him instead to sag back in Shaq's lap and make it a tough catch.
You saw Malone on the bench, who'd normally be in there guarding him. Medvedenko.
Look at Wallace.
Medvedenko again. Whoa, not even close. Now it's a 2-on-1 with Bryant on the defending end, and that's enough to stop it as O'Neal gets the rebound.
Yeah, Wallace was so concerned about the charging foul, he missed the shot.
Into Fox. Payton. And Bryant underneath. Travel. 4 minutes, 2 seconds remaining. Third quarter in Detroit. Game 4. Pistons trying to go up 3-1. The game's been close all the way. Shaq red hot early as 21. Rasheed Wallace has gotten hot late. He's their leading scorer with 16 points. Game 5 for certain is here on Tuesday. Will the series go back to L.A. for a Game 6? On Thursday, the Lakers can cement that with a win here tonight, or Detroit can put itself in position to win the NBA title at home on Tuesday night. Wallace backs Medvedenko in and then misses, and O'Neal high in the air for his 16th rebound.
Shaq has not touched the ball in a while.
Here he goes. 3 guys on him, touched it and scores it.
I mean, you got to go to him, man. I think the Lakers go these stretches by trying to move the ball, and sometimes they forget about the big fella. There has been no answer for him tonight. He's the only constant offensively for the Lakers.
And now Larry Brown sensing that may be the M.O. Karl Malone, and you know about the knee. He missed half the season, came back, wrapping it with ice. And there's another of the Malone family, pretty prominent person in this building. Here's Michelle.
Yeah, I'm joined by Cheryl Ford, Karl Malone's daughter, who won a WNBA championship in this building just a year ago. He was here for you. Now you're trying to be here for him, wearing his number. How tough is it to watch him injured?
It's real tough. You know, I talked to him earlier today, and he told me he didn't know, if he was hurting the team or helping the team. But I just told him that if he can't play, just try to keep him motivated.
What did he think about you winning a championship before he did?
Oh, he was, he's just real proud and supportive of me. We really don't talk about him winning before me. And he's just real proud of me.
But what would it mean to him? He's 40 years old now. Obviously, he's been injured quite a bit. You talked to him. What would it mean to him to win before he's done?
I mean, it'll mean a lot to him. He is, this is really what he wants before he's done. And it really just hurts me to see him out there in pain like that. But still, he's still trying to go and get his championship before he finishes.
He's a warrior playing through a lot of pain. Thank you, Cheryl Ford. Al, back to you.
Thank you. And the reason, of course, Medvedenko's guarding Wallace is because Karl is on the bench, and the foul here is called on Eldon Campbell as O'Neal got the rebound.
And more importantly, you look at the foul situation right now, the Lakers have not been in penalty. They've done a much better job of staying out of foul trouble. So now the Pistons are going to have to score points through their offense, which tonight both teams have struggled doing.
Luke Walton now comes in, and Wallace, Rasheed, that is, will guard him. Medvedenko comes out.
He's come in. The reason they brought in Luke Walton is so now Rasheed Wallace can't help off a shot. And that's why they brought him in, because Luke Walton will take a shot.
Terrible shot by Kobe, but O'Neal is out to get the rebound, and then Payton drives, and Gary puts it in on the layup to make it a 54-54 game with 2:40 to go in the third.
See, that's what Gary Payton has to do. Broken plays, play your game.
Payton with 8 points tonight, his best output in this series. And then Payton knocks it into the corner, and that creates the Lakers steal. Brian Scott Walton with him, and Kobe for the jam to give the Lakers the lead. And Larry Brown up and fretting.
He's
6-0 Laker run.
Concerned about their offensive execution right now. They're not in penalties. The Lakers have come and played defense this evening so far throughout the game. That's what Larry Brown is concerned about.
Foul on Bryant here. That's Kobe's second.
I mean, anytime Kobe Bryant right now can get an open shot, it's a good thing for the Lakers. It's really dangerous when you give scorers shots. One thing can get them going. You know, in Rasheed Wallace's case, he gets hooked up with Medvedenko. He starts to score. Kobe Bryant gets a steal. Now he might get going.
O'Neal comes out. And it's a double dribble, and the Lakers will inbound the ball.
You know, you watch Detroit's offense tonight, and you're going to hear Larry Brown talk about it later. I will guarantee you that it's too much dribbling. They only had 5 assists at halftime. For a Larry Brown team, that's not good enough.
And they have 4 more here in the third period, a total of 9. The Lakers have 19. Here's Walton, spots up in the corner. In and out. Fox battles for the rebound. Can't get it. Billups does.
I've never liked that shot, Al. Luke Walton had a wide open 2. He was so concerned about finding the 3-point line instead of just taking the 2 that I think it throws you off.
Hamilton beats Payton again. They draw Shaq outside, and then one-on-one. It's the same thing we've seen for 4 games.
Attacking the basket. And that's what Shaq is saying. That's why I don't come out.
Bryant to Fox in the corner. Rick from way outside. And the rebound to Prince.
Kobe Bryant right now has decided they're guarding me. I'm going to get everybody else shots. But right now, no one's making those shots.
Walton gets the rebound off the Hamilton miss. Final minute, third quarter. Tight game all the way. Largest lead of the game was a 5-point Piston margin late in the first half. Payton open. Out of bounds. Off the Lakers' last. So now Detroit. Ben Wallace comes in. And Mike James comes in. This is where Larry Brown likes to bring James into the game. The Lakers will get Medvedenko into the game.
And this is where Larry Brown is going to give Shaquille O'Neal some rest. Now, it'll only say 35 seconds on the clock, but in actuality, it'll be around 3 minutes of rest that Shaq gets to sit on the bench.
First rest for Shaq. And the Pistons give it up, and the Lakers can play for the last shot or close to it with about a 2-second differential. Pistons led by 2 at the half.
Pistons have a foul to give.
Payton. Medvedenko will drive, throws up a wild one that doesn't go, and then Campbell drops the ball out of bounds. They still have that foul to give with 3.9 seconds.
And I thought Larry Brown right there was going to lose his mind because you could see him saying, use it, and they did use it and almost gave up a layup.
Now they can use it.
Now it's tough to use it because if a guy catches and shoots it and you try to foul him, you could be giving up a 3-point play.
Or a 4-point play. And that's one of the considerations he made the other night when everybody with 20/20 hindsight was saying you should have fouled. Here's Payton missing. And that's the end of the third quarter. So at the end of 3 and a good one at the Palace in Auburn Hills, the Los Angeles Lakers 56 and the Detroit Pistons 60-56. This presentation of the NBA Finals on ABC will continue after this message in the words from our ABC stations. Again, O'Neal and Bryant. That's 35 total points for them out of the Lakers' 56. Rasheed Wallace has had his best game. That's our McDonald's NBA Finals summary. You know, we're sitting here, Doc. The game is tied. But the feeling you get is it's more on the Pistons' terms. The pace and tempo of the game is more toward Detroit than Los Angeles.
Yeah, you know, one of the things Phil Jackson talked about yesterday is that he wanted the Lakers to impose their will. Well, they're trying to do that, but this game and this entire series, to me, thus far, has been Piston basketball. They've dictated the style of play. Now, the Lakers are playing great defense, so they're playing more like the Pistons than the Pistons are playing like the Lakers, but it still is on Pistons' terms, and I think that's an interesting thing. Also, you look at Kobe Bryant, who's struggling now, and it's amazing how dependent you are on your teammates. Kobe Bryant is struggling because his teammates aren't making shots, and that allows Detroit to help out on Kobe Bryant, and he'll continue to struggle until somebody else makes shots.
It is Piston basketball. Teams averaging a tick under 19 points per quarter through 3. Shot clock at 7 as Prince starts in and misses here, and Derek Fisher goes to the floor, has the rebound, and the Lakers maintain possession. This period starts with Walton, Fisher, and Fox in with Kobe and Shaq for LA. It's Eldon Campbell who helps to reject it, and here comes Hamilton with Ben Wallace on the other side, making a 12-footer.
But once again, they are making Kobe Bryant give it up. Well, he's doing the right thing. He's giving the ball up, but the others can't make shots.
The Diesel comes in and misses, and Prince gets the rebound.
The Lakers better be very careful right now in this stretch.
Walton guards Hamilton. Now Ben Wallace, 6 on the 24. Hamilton gets it up and makes it. Long 2 for Hamilton. Jackson has to take a timeout before it gets away. Rip Hamilton now in double figures, 10 points to the game. 2 big ones right here for the masked marble. (60-56). Detroit.
Play. When the battles begin, you never know where the heroes will come from.
NBA Finals on ABC. The greatest winning.
Come on, we got 12 minutes to play together. Defense is great, but we ain't got anything down that end to resemble an offense.
That was Larry before the period started, and then they heeded what he was talking about.
Yeah, they sure did. And one of the ways they've scored this evening is on fast break points. They are killing the Lakers in that category. And now Rip Hamilton is starting to get hot. That's a dangerous thing if you're a Laker fan.
Fast break points, 19 for Detroit, 5 for the Lakers. Full court pressure. Gary Payton gets the ball into the front court. Walton drives. Couldn't get it to O'Neal underneath. Bryant slithers through and banks it in.
Slithers through one guy, 2 other guys was running, and he had the ability to score.
Bryant has 14 points, but he's 6 out of 20 from the field. Ben Wallace, and he got tugged by Walton, and there's the foul.
But good foul. You know, instead of letting the guy get a dunk, you grab him and you take the bucket away. Little plays like this save games. This is a dunk if Luke Walton doesn't grab him. Instead now, the Pistons have to take the ball out of bounds.
Rasheed Wallace comes in. Campbell goes out. That's the Lakers' 23rd foul tonight. The Pistons with only 11. Billups from outside. O'Neal gets the rebound. 18 rebounds for Shaq. Meanwhile, the Pistons from outside 0 for 7 on three-pointers. Under 10 to play. Walton to Payton. 6 on the 24. Walton to the corner. Bryant.
Another tough shot. Another tough shot. That's where someone else is going to have to make.
Whoa, baby, and the house erupts on the lob to Rasheed Wallace. And the Lakers have to take another timeout. It's a 20.
I love this timeout because what Phil Jackson is trying to do is keep the crowd out. That's too late. But keep the Pistons down, not get them too excited, and not let them stretch. I mean, these are tough shots. I mean, look where they're giving the ball to Kobe Bryant. There's 1 second on the shot clock, or 3, and he has to throw up a wild shot. And what that leads to is fast break Piston basketball. Every long shot, the Pistons are scoring 2 ways this evening. Fast break points and the foul line.
And, of course, they're playing defense in every sport. Football, baseball pitching, hockey goaltending, defense, defense, defense.
Yeah. Defense wins in every sport.
Lob into Shaquille. It was almost stolen, and Wallace says, "Ah, man, I almost got that one."
What is it, Dwight Clark? Is that the guy who made the great catch for the 49ers?
From Joe Montana.
That was an unbelievable catch by Shaq right there. Unbelievable.
Billups. Now French will go for a 3. And there's a battle between Ben Wallace and Walton, and they're going to call a foul. The Laker bench erupted, but they're going to call, well, what, a double?
Yeah, they're going to call a double foul. And what Phil Jackson's upset over is because it is a double foul. I thought that was a good call because I thought both guys were grabbing each other. I thought it was an excellent call. That's one of those calls you can't call one way and not the other way.
Lakers inbound, 8.5 to go in the 4th. And Walton tries to give it away, and the Lakers turn it over.
The Lakers are forgetting about the biggest human being in this building. They have to get this ball back to Shaquille O'Neal if they want to win this game. And the Pistons have to execute better offensively if they want to win.
That foul was the 5th on Walton. This one's on Fisher.
Well, that's the second team foul for the Lakers to 0 for the Pistons. Big number because the Lakers have been in foul trouble early in every quarter for the most part in this series.
Fisher 4 fouls. 2-point Detroit lead. Billups. Hamilton works into Big Ben. O'Neal comes in to try to stop it and commits the foul. It didn't go, but to the line goes Big Ben. On O'Neal, number 2. 3rd on the Lakers now in the first 4 minutes.
They're 2 fouls away, Al, from being in penalty the rest of this game.
Wallace to the line. Here's Michelle.
Al, the Lakers swagger that this team possessed coming into the finals is not evident on the LA bench right now. There seems to be apprehension coupled with concentration, and I'll tell you, the look in Phil Jackson's eyes is one you do not see very often. None of the Lakers was willing to call tonight a must-win situation. Phil Jackson said before the game, we're going to be okay. We just need to extend the series. But, Al, if they don't do it tonight, they absolutely have to do it Tuesday.
And Wallace gets the miss and puts it back in. And that equals the biggest lead of the game. And And Payton just barely gets the ball across the line. They work it into Shaquille. He'll go to the line. Missed the shot, gets 2.
Every time they've needed a run stop, they've gone into Shaquille O'Neal. Every time they forget about going to Shaquille O'Neal, the Detroit Pistons make a run. And this is a huge miss. You got to anticipate that Ben Wallace is going to miss this free throw. Derek Fisher was late trying to block out the shooter, and that leads to 2 more points.
O'Neal is 1 out of 5 tonight. Shaquille O'Neal, 25 points, make it 26 now on that shot. Bryant's going to come out for a brief rest.
Yeah.
Devin George will come back in. Again, the Lakers tonight only 2 guys in double digits, O'Neal and Bryant. Payton at 6 in the first quarter, but only 8 in the game. And Shaquille makes 2 very clutch free throws.
Very big free throws. And right now, the game is on the balance. It's only a 3-point game. Those 2 free throws are huge for the Lakers.
Wallace won't pass up a 17-footer. Can't get the bounce. And O'Neal is there for the rebound as Rasheed Wallace goes down hard. They're working into the corner. And Devin George throws it up to try to get fouled in the act of shooting and does.
I was talking to Jim Clemens before the game. And one of the things he's been most upset with Devin George about is that he is not driving the ball. He only settles for 3. That's a great example of what he was talking about. They swung it to George. Guys are running out to him. Instead of settling for the 3, he put the ball on the ground, drove to the basket, and now he's on the foul line.
This is the first. Devin George tonight, 2 out of 3 through the line. You can help vote for the MVP of the NBA Finals. There's the information right there on your screen, Verizon Wireless.
Well, maybe that's why he doesn't run the ball. When Shaq makes 2, Devin George misses 2.
Hamilton. Wallace. Rasheed Wallace. 67-62. O'Neal. It counts and he's fouled.
Al, when he makes moves that quick, it's impossible to stop him. Impossible. What you try to do is not foul him when he's making it. I mean, this is an excellent move. This is not a power move. This is a quick spin move by a power player.
Sense of urgency is the most overworked cliche in sports today. But it's appropriate for this guy tonight. He senses it. He knows it. We have a lane violation here on Hamilton. He'll get another shot. But if ever a guy knows what this game is and what this win would mean or a loss would mean here, it is number 34.
It's no doubt, Al. And they talk about leadership. This is leadership by the way he's playing.
Misses the second opportunity. It's a 3-point game. Bryant still on the bench. Billups will put it up from outside. 3-pointer.
Every time they go under on pick and rolls with Chauncey Billups, he makes them pay.
That's the first Detroit 3 in the game. Biggest lead of the game. Shaquille again. Foul. Foul on Rasheed Wallace. 4th team foul. 4 fouls on Rasheed Wallace.
technical foul.
70-65. Stuart Scott.
Al, you saw Rasheed complaining about that foul. You know he's been like the poster boy for technical fouls in the NBA the last few years. He calls it passion. His coach, Larry Brown, says Rasheed is the most misunderstood man I've ever met. He says all he wants to do is win. Larry Brown even said, there are times I act kind of stupid out there. He said, but whenever you see Rasheed doing it, it's just because he wants to win so badly. Right now, what you see is Rasheed wanting to win so badly, Al.
You know, Stewart makes a great point. I mean, Rasheed Wallace obviously at times crosses the line, Al, but you look at a guy with passion. Give me 12 guys with passion over 12 guys with no passion all day. You know, the old saying is, I'd rather kindle a fire than start a fire.
And a choir boy in the playoffs with just one foul in postseason. You had a lane violation, and now you've got a loose ball foul on Walton, and that's it for Luke. That's his 6th. He's gone.
And you know, in most cases, this is not a big deal. But I got to tell you, in this game is huge. Because what Luke Walton did was he didn't allow the guy guarding him to help on Shaq. When he goes out, Phil Jackson has to make a choice who he's going to put in the game. And it's a tough choice.
Malone,
yeah, if you
played early.
Karl Malone, then what you're saying is Karl Malone, you're going to have to make shots. I think he should go real small, but I don't think he's going to do that.
No, he's going to go big with Medvedenko here. Meanwhile, Bryant is still in his warm-ups. With 6:03 to play in the 4th. And now Kobe's going to come into the game.
Yeah, not a bad time, obviously. Kobe's had a rest now. He can come in fresh. He has to provide some offense, but again, it's very difficult because they're ganging up on him. Medvedenko, bottom line, with him in, he has to make open shots for the Lakers to stay in this game. But again, you still get the feel, Al, that the Detroit Pistons are dictating the pace of play.
Right from the start, the Lakers playing a lot better than they did the other night, but never in control of the pace of this game. Prince gives up the dribble, and then from way outside, that one doesn't go from Rasheed Wallace. Off the top of the board, the Lakers will inbound. 5:45 to go, 4th quarter. Detroit leading in game 4 by 5.
The Bulldog represents Simon Gratz, my high school. That's where the love for the game started. The sun god, Ra, is shining down on my family. Fatima, my wife, my queen. That's my youngest son, Nazir, my middle son, Ishmael, and my oldest son, Malik. That's me. I'm still gonna get something in the cartouche. Maybe Semper Fi. For always faithful.
The Pistons are on fire.
Go Pistons, baby!
Detroit's got the fever.
Oh, the Lakers going down.
And Channel 7 is where it's happening. Watch me now. The coverage continues on the station that has it all. Starting Tuesday night at 5. Only on 7. The NBA Finals on ABC. Brought to you by American Express, the official card of high flyers. Gatorade Thirst Quencher. It's in the NBA. Is it in you? The new Chevrolets. 10 new cars and trucks in 20 months. An American revolution. And Nike Basketball.
Let's get it started. Let's get it started. Yeah. Let's get it started. Let's get it started. Yeah.
Los Angeles Lakers in jeopardy of going down 3-1. 3 of the big 4. Malone not in the game. Carl has played very little since the first quarter, and the Lakers have it. No team has ever come back from a 3-1 deficit to win the finals. Kobe Bryant back in the game, almost lost control, gives it to Shaq. He scores and gets fouled.
I tell you, the adjustment that Kobe Bryant has made is this. He's not really looking for his shots. He knows that everybody is coming to help on him. He's become the passer right now, almost the point guard for the Lakers.
Shaq trying to make it a 2-point game and can't. Ben Wallace skies for the rebound.
See, this is when you're going to see Shaq on the line more now. They saved all these fouls that Detroit Pistons have throughout this game, and they have all the bigs to use fouls. You're going to see Shaq on the line a bunch now.
Billups from beyond the arc. 6-point game again. Chauncey Billups. 21 for Billups. His second three-pointer. Fisher tries to answer. And a foul underneath, and the Lakers pushing off. Medvedenko.
This play was called by Rip Hamilton. Drawing attention, Kobe Bryant has to help. Frees up Billups, bam, 3-point shot, big shot. And on the other end, Kobe Bryant comes off, draws help, throws it, missed shot. Pistons go to the foul line.
20-second timeout taken by Detroit. And that's the look of a coach and a superstar, knowing you've got 5 minutes left in a game that's not an elimination game. But boy, oh boy, oh boy.
It's close. And I'm going to tell you, Al, what that conversation was about. Kobe Bryant went to the huddle and said, listen, I'm doing what you're telling me to do. I'm moving the ball. They're not making the shot. Phil Jackson is trying to say, keep doing that. Kobe is thinking, at some point, I'm going to start forcing some shots. It'll be interesting how patient Kobe Bryant is in this last 5 minutes, or will he start trying to force the action?
And Bryant has had a cold hand tonight. He's 6 out of 21 from the field, 2 of 4 from three-point land. Rasheed Wallace at the line. He's made 4 of 4. Makes either, and the Pistons will have their biggest lead of the game. Them both 75-67 Detroit. Under 5 to go. And Gary Payton makes contact and gets whistled.
That's what pressure defense will do to you. Rip Hamilton has been pestering him the whole quarter. And there you see a little chuck in the throat.
And another whistle as Bryant and Billups collide at midcourt.
The Lakers are starting to complain. They're starting to talk to officials, and they're going to start getting technical fouls very soon.
And there is one right there.
They are coming unraveled right now. And it has nothing to do with the officiation. It's more the Detroit Pistons pressure defense.
So Hamilton goes to the line. The call was on Bryant, the technical. There was also the foul on Payton. That's to come. That was the technical for Detroit now. 22 of 31. And Kobe Bryant, well, there's the technical foul. Of course, if you get 2, you're done.
And he's working on it. I can tell you that. He is working on it.
Yeah, we were showing the replay, and I was looking at him thinking he may get teed up again. To double digits they go. 77-67. Bryant. Wallace comes all the way out to midcourt. And Bryant himself banks it in. Ooh.
Kobe Bryant wasn't giving that up. There were two guys guarding him, another guy spying on him, and he still gets to the bucket. That might be what he has to do, but I got to tell you, if you play the percentages of your Detroit Pistons, you like that.
All he could do to get it in. Perfect touch to softly bounce it in. 5 on the timer. Billups from way outside is short. Pistons. Prince gets the rebound to give him a fresh 24.
Quicker, longer, more athletic. That's why they keep attacking the boards and coming up with offensive boards.
And inside the foul is called on O'Neal.
You know, one of the things they said they wanted to do was knock Rip Hamilton down. The problem is when you're down 8 points and in penalty, this is not the time to do it.
That to me is still, and that's been the story, one of the stories in this series, the total fouls. Larry Brown so worried coming in about having to commit too many fouls to stop O'Neal.
Yeah, and it's been the exact other way around. I mean, it's amazing. The Lakers led the league in free throws attempted all year. And in this series, it's been all Detroit. And the reason it's been Detroit is because they're quicker to the ball, and they're quicker to the basket, and they've dominated the offensive boards. I don't think I've ever seen Phil Jackson thrown out of a game, but he is working on it tonight.
Well, maybe he'll get thrown out at the end if Detroit ices the game. Reminds me of the old Whitey Herzog line when he got thrown out of the 7th game of the '85 World Series. The reporter said after the game, Whitey, how does the manager get thrown out of the 7th game of the World Series? Herzog said, I've seen enough. Phil may be getting there. Medvedenko. Oh, and then O'Neal is there. Medvedenko's shot wouldn't have gone in.
It's still only an 8-point game after all this.
Hamilton stops in the lane. Gets the bounce.
You know, it's funny. Kobe Bryant has guarded Rip all game. Done a nice job. Then Chauncey Billups gets going, so they put Kobe on Chauncey Billups. Now Rip Hamilton's got it going.
Bryant. Billups gets the rebound. We're down to 3 minutes to go in the 4th game. And an offensive foul call well away from the ball.
And again, whenever you see a foul away from the basketball, it usually involves Derek Fisher because he's a great foul charger, and Rip Hamilton because he moves away from the ball.
And that's 5 on Rip with Detroit up by 10.
Have you seen the Lakers this frustrated on a big stage before? Not this group. Detroit has already equaled its 2nd highest scoring quarter of the series. Here in the 4th, it scored 25, and Byron Scott and Tom Tolbert. Detroit by 10, final 3 minutes.
You know what? I think Detroit, everybody got to give them all their credit. This is a very, very good basketball team. They frustrated the Lakers for 4 straight games, and this game really should be the closeout game for Detroit.
It's a better basketball team. They have more depth. They have more options to score. They're better defensively. They're a better team.
And if they maintain this for a couple of minutes, we think this place is going to be like Tuesday night with a potential closeout for Game 5. Still some time to go. Back down to Al and Doc.
Thank you, Mike. And who in the world would have thought any of those things a week ago today? Karl Malone seated next to Kareem Rush there, and Malone hasn't played but 4 minutes here in the 2nd half. Lakers down by 10. Whistle as O'Neal got it.
Well, this is one way you can get back in the game, by fouling with a team in a penalty away from the ball, and that foul was on Chauncey Billups.
That'll send Fisher to the free throw line. The Lakers are to the point where Brian Russell, so sparingly used, especially in the second half of the season and in the playoffs, that's Russell number 9, is in the game. Not for long. Medvedenko comes in.
Yeah, and I think what Phil Jackson wants to do is go offense-defense. And that time, obviously, offensively, they got to the free throw line. Now Medvedenko comes in to play defense.
With 2:45 left, Fisher makes 1 of 2, 81-72. Pistons have Rasheed Wallace with Prince, Hamilton, Ben Wallace, and Billups on the floor right now. Hamilton. 5 on the timer. Here's Rasheed against Medvedenko again. Whoa! Wow. They're revisiting that little rivalry that developed in the third quarter, with Wallace delivering a knockout punch. Foul on Hamilton. Thank you. Yeah, they're going to call this one on Prince. On Prince, his second foul.
Yeah, and this shot here might have been the dagger for tonight.
Well, talking about this little skirmish between the two, and the upper hand clearly held by Rasheed Wallace, who's had a big second half.
Well, Al, you know, as a coach, the one thing a coach hates to see is one of your role players getting tangled up with one of your stars if you don't get that star thrown out of the game. Because now what you've done is agitated a star or a guy capable of having a big game. And that's what Rasheed Wallace has done since that altercation.
They called a double technical, both staying in the game. And a foul here, and Devin George tried to steal, but made contact on the foul line. Fourth foul on Devin George.
I've never seen the Lakers complain this much. I'm looking at Phil Jackson right now complaining about calls. He's been talking about calls the entire game. Kobe Bryant has done it. Karl Malone has done it. You know, the only quiet guy tonight for the Lakers has been Shaq. He's the only guy that's played basketball.
Well, Phil's done it. I mean, Phil has, in his entire career, he knows how to work and manipulate, and you go through the media and you say certain things. I did find it a little odd that down 2 games to 1, he would start moaning about the refereeing yesterday.
Well, I did, because I kind of had the assumption he would, because you have to go to every card you have when you're down 2-1. We have to remember, Phil Jackson has never been down 2-1 in the final.
He has not. Little hook from the lane there, but isn't the reverse side of that, Doc? You flip the guys off in the striped shirts?
Oh, no doubt. And you give your other players, the players on your team, an out. And their out has been complaining to the officials instead of playing.
84-76. Billups saying clock. We'll use the clock. Here's Prince trying to get free. Softly. Oh, and then the follow, but it will not count. Ben Wallace, they ring the chime, but they have to take it back because he got into the cylinder. Minute and a half to go, 84-76.
Yeah, they're going to have to reset Big Ben on that one because you can see, pretty easy call.
Payton inbounding out of Fisher in backcourt.
I know it's only 1:30 left, but you never are out of it in a basketball game.
Well, the Lakers were down by 6 with 36 ticks the other night, and you know what happened. And here's Bryant making it a 6-point game with $1:18 to go. You have 8 seconds to get it across the line, and they do.
You know, it's interesting. Everyone talks about Hack-a-Shaq. You know, maybe they should have whacked the Ben Wallace.
I was thinking, number 3, he's the guy. Instead, it's Rasheed, and that should be the dagger.
He's throwing them, that's for sure.
I thought the Lakers were vulnerable to the extent they were down 2-1, and that guy hadn't had a big game. Sooner or later, he was.
Well, they woke him up.
Rasheed Wallace, who was a walking technical foul for years in Portland, is now most likely, along with the Pistons, a game away from a championship. Motown. Rasheed and Ben, R&B, and there are the numbers. Rasheed having a tremendous night. Ben Wallace, per usual, tough on the glass. 12 rebounds, and this team is setting itself up to win it in Auburn Hills on Tuesday night.
Well, I tell you, they've been terrific throughout. This entire series thus far has been played on the Pistons' terms. And their defense, you know, the Eastern Conference Finals, at the very end of the Eastern Conference Finals, all the questions is ugly offense, bad offense, bad offense. I think you're looking at the Lakers with 78 points with a minute left, and you're finding out great defense.
Kobe missed the three. Payton looking around. Kobe all the way, has it stripped in the lane. And they'll be raucous to the end at the Palace. Rasheed. He's human. But Ben is there, and then he gets fouled on the way in.
More athletic, quicker, longer, better reactions.
And very resolute. And I keep thinking back to the other night when if ever a team was set up to be so decimated by a loss, it would be the Pistons. Losing that game that they should have won in L.A., coming in here and never trailing and getting off to an 8-0 lead and winning by 20 and making the Lakers look like a fourth-place team in the Atlantic Division.
Well, I think what is happening right now is, now a lot of people are saying the East Coast is pretty good. The Eastern Conference is pretty good.
That from the new coach of the Boston Celtics. No team has ever come from down 3-1 in baseball, by the way. There have been 5 teams. Fisher misses. 5 teams have won the World Series after trailing 3 games to 1.
And having said all that, it's 3 games left. Possible. 2 of them are in L.A. Possible. The Pistons, in my opinion, still must win all 3 at home. They do not want to go back to L.A. The great thing for the Pistons is they're going to have that opportunity.
Well, the Lakers will go back to Los Angeles after the 5th game. The question is, will they take the Pistons with them? Or will Southeast Michigan rock into a long and jubilant night?
Right now, with the way this series has been played, there's nothing that looks like that's going to change. But we have the Lakers involved. The drama team of drama teams that I've ever seen ever in my life. And if anyone can do it, I guess you would have to say it would be them.
The whole complexion obviously would change if they win a 5th game. But boy, oh boy, the Pistons are on fire. 32 points in the 4th quarter for Detroit. O'Neal will end it with a meaningless lay-in to cap for him a 20-rebound and 36-point night. But the Pistons have set up a situation where they can win it and win it at home on Tuesday. Detroit 80. 88, Los Angeles 80 in the fourth game. And were it not for a little divine intervention on Tuesday in L.A., this one could have been a Detroit sweep. Here's Stuart.
I got the Wallace brothers here. They're not brothers, but they're brothers if you know what I mean. Ben Wallace, Shaq had a real huge night. What can you do to even try and slow that guy down?
We did a lot of things. You know, we tried to play behind him and force him off the block. That didn't work. We tried to front him. They threw it over the top. But all you can do is just fight him and keep a body on him.
In game 2, you guys were up late. They came back. Were you thinking anything different this game?
We just wanted to stay focused, continue to execute our sets, continue to work hard on the defensive end, make them shoot over the top, and we'll live with what happened.
All right, man, nice game. Rasheed Wallace, he had 3 points the last game. Came out with 26. What was different about your game?
Just making shots tonight. Just that's what they gave me. The first couple games they was double teaming or whatever, so I just passed the ball, simple basketball. But tonight, I guess it was just my night.
Second half, you got into it with Slava Medvedenko. How did that start?
No, just elbows being thrown, so supposed to be throwing the elbow back, just hurt him the other way.
Looked like you tried to pat him on the rear end to say no bad on that foul. That's how it started.
No, I was just telling him don't throw them elbows. We could go out here and play physical, play good basketball without having to be dirty and throw elbows, but I can play like that if they want me to. All
right, Cheat, I appreciate a nice game. Al, let's go back to you.
Thank you, Stuart. Lakers had more field goals, but the Pistons tonight at the free throw line made 28 free throws. And the Lakers made 11. 32 points in the fourth quarter for the Pistons, the most in their last 60 quarters or 15 complete games. 8:30 Eastern time, 5:30 Pacific. We'll talk to you on Tuesday night from the Palace. Detroit wins it, 88-80. Al Michaels, Doc Rivers, Michelle Tafoya, Stuart Scott saying so long from Auburn Hills, Michigan. And we'll talk to you on Tuesday.
You're watching WXYZ 7. Now, action news at 11.
Game 4 plus one more equals parade. A happy crowd is filing out of the Palace because the Detroit Pistons are just one win away from the NBA championship. Woo! Good evening, everyone. Thanks for joining us. I'm Diana Lewis.
And I'm Stephen Clark. Let's start our team coverage right now with Sports Director Don Shane. He's live on the Palace floor with the players. Don.
All right, thank you very much, Stephen. As you guys said, one more win and they are NBA champions, and they've been waiting for Rasheed Wallace to bust out in an offensive way, and today he did, leading the Pistons with 26 points, and they were big. Chauncey 23, Rip 17, despite from Shaq 36 points and 20 rebounds and 20 from Kobe. The Pistons still win tonight, 88-80. Let's go through the highlights and tell you what's going on. First quarter, look at this move by Chauncey. Going to the basket. Drive and the layup right there, and he was off and running. Payton, though, to Shaq for the jam. Shaq was just terrific. L.A. up by 1 after 1. Shaq with 10 in the quarter. To the second quarter. Piston passing, Ben to Rasheed for the slam, and he started out well. Pistons then with a nice spurt when they were down 3. Rasheed gets it here, and then he goes to Tayshaun for the driving layup. Watch Tay take it to the basket, and the Pistons were down by just 1. And then yet another fast break. Rip this time leading it. He goes to Ben for the finger roll. The Pistons were up by 1. It wasn't over yet. Mike James. Watch Mike James, the sub, the guard, take it all the way, and he scores for the layup, and they were up by 3, and then finally it is James again going all the way. This time goaltending is called. It is good, and the Pistons were up by 2 at halftime. To the third quarter, and Kobe was unreal. Look at this 3 at the shot clock buzzer. It was 49 all. Rasheed came right back after a little confrontation with Medvedenko. He gets this one to go off the glass, and he got fouled, and the Pistons were up by 4. Now the Lakers' turn to get a little closer. On the break here, it is Kobe getting it from Walton and slamming. It was 56 all after 3, but in the fourth, off a Kobe air ball. Here's the break. Chauncey to Rasheed right here. Rasheed gets the jam, and the Pistons were up by 4. And then it was all Chauncey Billups, who was nursing a sore back. He hits a huge 3, the first 3 of the game for the Pistons, and they were up by 6. And then he hit another 3, and this baby was over. 88 88-80. The Pistons get the win. Chuck Daly joins me. This is amazing the way they played today, up 3-1 now. Shaq has a big game, Kobe has a big game, but finally Rasheed Wallace plays well.
Yeah, Rasheed played his best game, everything they expected. When that trade was made, that probably won him the championship. But along with that is the fact that Kobe went 8 for 25. Even though he had a lot of points, that's a lot of misses that rebounded by the Detroit Pistons.
He made a couple of big threes, one near the end of the half and one there in the fourth quarter.
And about as tough a shots as you could make.
But it didn't seem to matter. Shaq, 36 and 20. So they get the big game from him. They get the big game from Kobe, and it's still not enough. Now what can they be saying to themselves about what they have to do in the next game?
Well, they got to find a third scorer some way, somehow. I understand that they had a lengthy meeting with Phil Jackson today. Some of the older players talked about going back to the triangle, getting the veterans in to run it. So we'll see what happens.
That may not help either. And Rasheed is the guy that you said all along was the difference when they came here. He kind of had his way. He got into it with Medvedenko a little bit, and that seemed to kind of get him going a little bit. They went to him, and he scored right away a few times.
Yeah, he got his temper going, and it worked for him because he posted up on four separate occasions and made something good happen. So that's why he's here.
Once again, the Piston guards kind of do a number except for what Kobe did, but Rip and Chauncey together kind of have their way.
Yeah, they do. Coming off of pick and rolls, they get in the seam. And, you know, tonight, 19 difference in the free throw department by the Pistons, which meant they were aggressive, going to the basket much more than the other club. The other clubs seem to be sitting back on their heels.
3-1 now. Is this baby over?
The last one.
Oh, no.
No, I know the old line. You cannot believe how tough it is to close it out. I mean, but they've got a terrific advantage in that Shaq and Kobe had to play big minutes. They got to come back in, 48 hours or less Tuesday night. So I think it'll help them.
The Pistons' confidence couldn't be any more sky high than it is right now, could it?
No, I think they truly believe that this club can't beat them.
And
we were almost close on the sweep, maybe.
You know what? It would have been over if they wouldn't have blown that one game. You say they can't. You don't think that they don't think that they can lose to them. You think the Lakers are saying there's no way we can win this thing?
No, but they've got a lot of doubts in their mind. They'll come back, give it their best effort. But they've got to discover some way to get better open shots. But I don't think they can do it because Prince is doing a number on Kobe.
All right, they took the players all off the court. They didn't want us talking to him. I guess Larry wanted to talk to him, but Larry is now in the press conference. So let's join that with head coach Larry Brown.
Somebody said he was going to get 20 tonight. He was great on both ends. We got a little out of sync at times offensively, and especially in the first half, about sharing it. And again, we had 5 assists. But the second half, Chauncey and Rip and Tayshaun came off screens and gave it up and made him a factor. I think he got going when he got that offensive rebound when he followed the shot in, but he had great looks. Obviously, Call being out, impacts the Lakers defensively against him. But he was great.
But Ben has joined up, so we're going to interrupt the coach, if that's okay with you, and talk to you instead. You are 1 win away from your first ever NBA championship. And when you guys came off the floor, Coach wanted you back in the locker room. Is there a reason for that? Did he say anything to you, and what was that all about?
It's just all about unity, just trying to keep the unit, keep the team together. Just wanted to tell us a couple of things, let us know what a great job we was doing.
Tremendous fourth quarter that put this thing away.
Yeah, we came out with a lot of energy. The game was closed up until the fourth quarter. We was able to take control of the game, and we didn't do like we did in the past. We got control of the game. We kept control of the game, put them away like we should have.
Can you at all contain your excitement, Ben, knowing you're 1 win away? I see that smile crossing your face.
It's a great feeling, but all we got to do is win one game now. However we manage to do it, we just need to go out and do it.
Coach said a moment ago the fourth one, the last one's always the most difficult. That's what you hear all the time. It sounds like a cliche, but I guess you believe it.
Yeah, teams ain't got nothing to lose. If they on the rope, they're going to fight with everything they got to try to keep their season alive. So it's definitely going to be a tough game for them.
All right, we've been waiting for Rasheed to bust out. He finally did with 26 points. He might have been the difference.
We was able to keep Rasheed on the floor. without getting him in serious foul trouble. And, you know, hopefully he showed everybody how much he means to this team. You know, when he's out there and he's playing, he's not in foul trouble. He can make plays for himself, for his teammates, and whoever you put on him, you know, he can get them in foul trouble.
Shaq goes crazy, 36 points, 20 rebounds. Kobe takes a lot of shots and doesn't make a lot, but still scores a lot of points, and you still win. They got to be puzzled, huh?
You know, I don't know how puzzled they are, but, you know, like I said, Shaq got going early, you know, but it ain't but so much you can do to try to contain Shaq. But you just got to fight him. That's all we did. We fought him and played everybody else honest.
Can you put into words how surprised you might be, if at all surprised, to be up 3-1?
I mean, not really surprised. You know, I always said, you know, the team that go out and work the hardest for 48 minutes is going to be the team that ultimately win the game. And, you know, I think we just been out worse. It's not about talent. It's not about plays. Not about X's and O's. It's just about going out, grinding it out.
How tough is it going to be to wait for a couple of days to play this next game to maybe end it?
Oh, well, it's not going to be tough for me. The way Shaq was going tonight, you know, it's going to be easy for me to go home and take a little rest.
I think you deserve a special award for this, Ben.
I don't know. I think if I can win a championship, that would be special enough.
Chuck Daly, former Pistons head coach, I think he's got a word or two we might want to describe or ask you about. Go ahead, Chuck.
Yeah, Ben, what's your thought process on playing the big guy, Shaq?
You know, when I'm down there playing Shaq, you know, I just want to put a body on him and try to force him to shoot over the top. But tonight he had, you know, I guess he had a little chip on his shoulder. He was able to get to the basket. But for the most part, we just want to make him shoot over the top with a hand on his face.
Do you do a lot of fronting or you go topside?
Well, we started off going topside, and he got going. Then we fronted a little bit, but they were still able to get it to him over the top. But we just continue to change up, give him different looks.
Yeah, they kept going to the corner. Once you go topside, to get corner deep, they can make that pass to him. And he makes up his mind he's going to go. It's over.
Yeah, pretty much.
How tough to relax now? I mean, you got to be geeked.
You know, like I said, it's not going to be tough for me to relax. You know, playing Shaq take a lot of energy. It takes a lot out of you. So, you know, I'm pretty sure when I go home and hit the bed, I'm going to be night out.
Congratulations. Thanks for joining us, and we'll see you Tuesday night for maybe the first NBA championship in your career.
All right, thanks for having me.
Don't let it go back. We don't want to travel.
Yeah. Chuck is right about that. We do not want to travel back. Key for him today, I mean, you know, both of the big guys in the game kind of doing what they need to do. Rashid scoring points and Ben grabbing rebounds and hitting some free throws later in the game when it counted, but not earlier in the game.
Well, it's a little early to talk about MVP, but it's going to be a tough choice if the Pistons win with Wallace and Chauncey Billups, I believe, because game after game, unbelievable.
All right, Rip's going to join us now.
Yeah.
Rip's 3-1, baby. One more and it's over. And I know you're thinking about it just a little bit. Just a little bit. Come on, admit it.
We still got one more to go. You know, we right there. I mean, you know, we all excited. You know, we get the opportunity to play another game in front of our fans, and they've been really getting us going. And, you know, hopefully we can come out and play like we played tonight.
All right, this one wasn't a blowout. It was tight until the fourth, and then you guys kind of pulled away. I would assume you felt the tension in this one a little more than the last one.
Oh, yeah, we just wanted to stay consistent with what we was doing. We wanted to take our time. You know, we didn't want to rush anything. And we wanted to play as five, not as individuals. We did a great job of really meshing in the fourth quarter and doing what it takes to win a game.
And Rashid did a great job tonight, scoring some points and almost carrying you guys for a while.
Man, she was huge. You know, we knew that, you know, we got an inside presence of him, and it's a blessing in the sky that we got him on our team. And he really controlled the game for us, you know, and Chauncey made shots. You know, Tay did a great job on Kobe, and, you know, we got the win.
All right, are you at all, I asked this to Ben, too, a little stunned that you're up 3-1? I mean, going into this thing, could you ever have imagined being up 3-1?
You know, anything possible, you know, especially with this team, you know. We're going to come out and work hard and give it our all and leave everything on the floor. So we believe anything's possible with us.
Your mind has to wander a little. I mean, it might be tough sleeping. Your mind's got to wander a little bit about the future here.
Man, it's exciting. You know, it's exciting, man. I mean, it's unbelievable, like you said, but we still got one more game, and, you know, we all pumped and we all ready. We just got to continue to feed off this crowd.
Listen, this guy to your left won a couple with this team back when you were a little kid, you know. But he might have some advice for you.
I'll tell you what happens. These define your career.
Yeah,
You know, when you know, they know who you are to a point in the league, but now the whole country knows who you are.
Yeah, I mean, it's crazy. You know, like I said, it's an unbelievable feeling. You know, I haven't felt like this since college, you know, winning a national championship.
Let me ask you a question. You know, you went for about 4 points for a long, long time. Were you not getting shots, or what happened? How did you break out in the last quarter?
We was going to Rashid. Rashid really had a good rhythm going. And I know if I just take my time, just be a decoy, you know, hopefully in the fourth quarter, coach will call my play. And he did that. And Chance got me the ball in positions where I could score. And I just try to stay aggressive and try to get to the basket.
You're kind of a high-scoring decoy, aren't you?
Yeah, but it's cool. It's cool, you know.
That's what they call team, right?
Yeah, it's cool, especially with Sheed and Chance is playing the way that they've been playing.
Yeah. All right, so you're all set for this thing, and if you do the same kind of things that you've been doing, there should be no way that this team should beat you next time.
Man, you know, they're going to come out and play. And we know that in order for us to win, we got to come out here and continue to play as 5 on both ends of the floor. And I think we've prepared and ready for that.
Shaq and Kobe's last stand, isn't it? They're going to break this team up if you guys win this thing.
I don't know. That's not my problem.
You don't have any problems right now, do you?
No, sir.
No, sir. Hey, congratulations.
Congratulations. Good luck.
Yep.
We got Tayshaun Prince right over here. Let's bring Tayshaun in, Chuck.
Tayshaun? Oh,
congratulations.
Nice.
Not bad, huh? I guess your thoughts is you win again tonight, and you're almost at the ultimate goal that you were shooting for.
Definitely, we came out, tough at the beginning of the first quarter. Then they came out aggressive. We know they was going to give us a tough blow. You know, Shaq obviously playing very well tonight. But we just stuck with it. We've been having trouble as far as being up 2-1 and letting teams, get back in it. But I thought today we really just played aggressive throughout the whole game.
So you guys obviously talked about it in the Indiana series and the Jersey series when you seemingly had control. You lost one. You felt you could have won. You weren't going to let that kind of a letdown happen tonight.
That's what we were talking about all before the game and even yesterday during practice. Just come out, play aggressive. If things go bad, just keep the energy, keep attacking the basket, and we were just being aggressive.
All right, Kobe did hit some big shots, but he took an awful lot of shots. Once again, are you more proud of what you've done defensively on him than anything else in the game?
I'm just glad we giving ourselves a chance to win for the most part. That's what Coach Brown talks about, is giving ourselves a chance to win, and it starts on the defensive end. But we'll take that if he gets 20 points and he's working for it. We don't want to give Kobe 30, 40 points and let him get in a good rhythm. So.
But you have to feel good about it. I know it's a team game. Individually, to throttle him the way you have.
I mean, obviously it's up to me to not let him get past me and break our defense down. So I just got to keep him in front of me, make him take tough shots. And hopefully don't have the other guys to try to help me out too much.
He got a little frustrated, it looked like, too. I mean, he got the technical. He didn't like the fouls being called, so you got in his head a little bit.
Well, I think we were just being very aggressive. And like I said, when you be aggressive, then, whistles go your way. So we were being very aggressive throughout the whole game.
All right, Chuck, go ahead.
This guy, he's the X factor. I'll tell you why. One, the guy took 28 shots, and he really worked. And he hit the 2 big threes in the first half. Those were almost circus shots. I'll tell you what the crucial play was. The big rebound you got right here over the top when it was about a 6-point game. I thought that was a crucial rebound.
Oh, definitely had to go to the boards. We had to go to the boards. The guys on their team been doing, looking at the ball go up in the air. And I've just been, trying to get to the basket. Obviously, we run a lot of things for Rip and Johnson and Rasheed, so it's important for me to go to the glass.
You know what? I watched him in college very closely. I told our scouting department in Memphis, this guy is going to be a great NBA shooter. And all of a sudden, he's a defensive stopper. He's a ball handler. And I still think he's got more shots in him somewhere.
Oh, man, they got it. They're going to come. They're going to come.
Okay.
You had a great year at Kentucky. This is only your second year in the NBA. A lot of guys like Karl Malone, 19 years, never won a ring. You're on the verge of doing that. You must feel awfully blessed to even be in this position. You haven't won it yet, but you're in a great position.
Definitely feel blessed being in this position. Can't take it for granted. Like you said, there's guys like Karl Malone, Eldon Campbell. They've been here before, but hadn't had a chance to get a ring, and they've 14, 15 years in the league.
Man, is he schooled. He knows all the right things to say.
I tell you, you can't take it for granted. You definitely can. And we up 3-1, but we facing a team who's got a lot more experience than us on this level as far as the NBA Finals. So we definitely got to make it important to come out in the next game and be aggressive.
You know what? They may have more experience, have some guys who've been there, but at this point, when you've already played 4 games, you got to feel somewhat experienced. There's nothing else going to phase you.
Definitely, we feel good about ourselves and how we playing, but we just got to continue to keep doing the same thing. And obviously, Chauncey, it starts with him. He's been the floor general. He's been getting guys the ball in great positions, and he's been doing a great job.
How about the player Rasheed took a lot of the offensive load off you guys tonight?
He did a great job, and everybody been talking about how he has been being an offensive threat, and we got to get him the ball. We haven't been getting him the ball, and once you get in the ball 3, 4, or 5 consecutive times, you're gonna get in the rhythm. Especially a great player like that, and he got in the rhythm tonight.
You almost feel like, yeah, about time, Rasheed. Where the heck were you the other games, man?
hey, he's been out there helping me on defense so much, communicating. Hey, yeah, I can take that any day.
All right, Tay, congratulations. We'll see you next time.
Thank you.
All right,
Thanks,
Tayshaun Prince.
Good luck.
Phil Jackson's at the press conference, the Laker coach. Let's join Phil right now.
Big three tonight. They got a three-point play in a backhanded way with Wallace making the first free throw, missing the second, and getting a rebound of his own and putting it back. Those are, you know, the things that bothered us in the course of the game. Tayshaun Prince got a big rebound at the end of the game when it was a 6-point game, too. So those things hurt our defensive effort to come back in that game after we got down by 10.
On this side of the curtain. Howard Beck, LA Daily News. Phil, given the circumstances, what's the mood like in there? And do you have a selling job to do the next 2 days now to convince them that this is not over?
Oh, no, they don't feel it's over. They want to shake. These guys want an even shake out there on the floor. And, so that's the part that, you know, is my sales job is convincing them to go out there and play a game that, you know, they get an even break on the court. And, you know, feel like they're not playing from an uphill standpoint. You know, I tried to point that out at the beginning of the game that, you know, Kobe's getting fouled, he's getting run into, he's getting knocked around and not getting to the foul line. And, you know, I got a technical early just to prove a point, you know, to make an effort. I don't think it worked. It was in the first quarter. His first free throws, I think, were at the end of the game.
Got two final questions over here and on this side of the curtain.
Tim Brown, the LA Times. Phil, I understand it. You just talked about Kobe not getting to the free throw line, but beyond that, what is happening to his game right now?
Yeah, I think he rushed his shots a little bit. We asked him to you know, be a playmaker early in the ball game. You know, he rushed some shots early in the game when he got back in the second period. But, you know, Prince is doing a good job, and they're collapsing well on this penetration. And, you know, he made some shots, you know, a little later in the ball game, but, you know, he's not shooting the ball well right now.
Lakers coach Phil Jackson ending his press conference here tonight after an 88-80 Pistons victory that puts him up 3-1. Phil Jackson is considered a genius with his 9 rings. Every time he has brought a team to the NBA Finals, he has won. He has never lost. He is 1 loss away from that streak ending. Tuesday night, the Pistons have a chance to win the championship for the first time in 14 years and end that streak of the so-called genius, Phil Jackson, who, of course, coached Scottie and Michael in Chicago and Shaq and Kobe in Los Angeles, 4 of the greatest players to ever play the game. Yes, he's a great coach, but he has been blessed with some of the greatest players in the history of NBA basketball. 2 great players on that team, but right now, the Pistons team is far superior to the Lakers, and they are proving it where it counts right here on the court. Tuesday night, they will have a chance to win the NBA title. That's it for now. Don't forget, we're coming back, Chuck and I, with the post-game story, more post-game, more interviews, more analysis, a little bit later on in this newscast. I'm Don Shane for now. Back to you in the studio.
All right. Thank you, Donnie. Great interviews with the players. Thanks, Don.
Thanks, Di.
Now let's turn to Action News reporter Ray Saya with a look at how the Pistons got themselves fired up for tonight's game. Ray?
Diana, what a scene outside the Palace. These Piston fans are going nuts. The Pistons 1 game away from the NBA championship, and these fans can taste it. They came out here in full force tonight and made life miserable for the Lakers. These fans were sky high throughout the game, and the Pistons were sky high before the game in their pregame rally. This is a rally not a lot of fans get to see, but we're going to get to a glimpse of what the pregame rally looked like.
Before Rip Hamilton beats up on the Lakers, he beats up on his teammates. An uppercut to Corliss, a couple of shots to Sheed, and a big blow to Big Ben. Rip's rights and lefts are part of the Pistons' pregame ritual. Before Game 4 of the Finals tonight, Rip belted his teammates. Then his teammates belted out the pregame chant that came with a warning. Chant, if you didn't pick it up, is you don't want no trouble. The Lakers didn't give the Pistons
Pistons any trouble tonight, but these Piston fans certainly gave the Lakers a lot of trouble. They're going to be back Tuesday night to do it again. The Pistons with a chance to wrap up the NBA championship. Live outside the Palace. Ray Say, Channel 7 Action News. Stephen, back to you.
All right, Ray, thank you very much. Let's take a trip now back to the Palace and the podium, and we've got, of course, Kobe Bryant on the stand. Had a tough night tonight, Kobe.
Jack Ebling, 92.7 The Ticket. Kobe, Magic Johnson had some pretty strong words about the Lakers' effort on Saturday. Was he wrong, and what impact did those comments have?
I don't even know what he said. What did he say?
He said there wasn't enough effort to win, and some guys weren't doing their jobs.
We lost, didn't we? I guess we didn't do our jobs. That's all across the board. I mean, did he single out anybody in particular? I mean, a comment like that, I'll take it as all across the board. We are pretty much sucked the last 2 games. You know, and we'll try to do better the next game.
Kobe, Willie May, Radio 1 Boston. What is the confidence like of the team, in the mood of them right now, and what can we look forward for you guys on Tuesday night?
Yeah, I think everybody's a little down right now. You know, but the important thing is, you know, we have to win the next game. It's a 1-game series. By any means necessary, we got to win the next game, and then just go from there.
In the back center?
Yeah, Kobe, how would you critique your own shot selection? Do you think those are the best shots that you could get? And second of all, how can you get more out of the role players? Like, Peyton seems lost out there, doesn't take his shots, doesn't look for them. Because even if you and Shaq have a good game, you got to get something from the other guys. How can you get them, you know, to have a better performance?
My shot selection, some of them were good, some of them stunk. That's pretty much every game with me.
Kobe Bryant being surprisingly candid about the performance of the LA Lakers tonight. Now let's turn to Action News reporter Glenn Zimmerman, who's standing by live at the Post Bar in Auburn Hills. He's got some fans who couldn't get into the game, but they got pretty close, Glenn.
Hey, good evening there. These guys know they can come in, but they know something. They can teach you things.
Okay, here are some rules to live by. When you follow a fro, you always know.
Every game that I've worn the fro to, they won. I wore a different fro to one game, and they lost.
So you wear the fro. And if you live in Buffalo, apparently you come to Detroit.
I've had a lot of heartbreak in the past, you know, and it's been a few years. I'm waiting. It's been 14 since we even got back to even close to something like this. Couldn't take the chance of missing it again.
While the number 2 is nice, for example, there are 2 Wallaces. Sometimes you just need 3 tickets.
You get 3 for 1 deal or something.
Trials and tribulations of being a triplet, huh?
Yes, I guess so. I guess 3's a crowd rather than 2.
That's not true. There were scalpers everywhere ready to help them out at a price.
It's a blue-collar town. You're really not going to get a lot of money as opposed to, say, in L.A., where it's glitzy, glamour, and a lot of money. So.
How much would those same tickets be in L.A.?
Oh, you could easily get $1,400 a piece.
Tickets seem to average about $300 to $350 here. And while that pot of gold still is a hefty sum, it's better than showing up to a Pistons party with a Lakers jersey.
Yeah. And here it is. This right here is the lucky fro. I have a question. Question. 5. In 5. That was my question. What's coming up in 5? We are live here. Glenn Zimmerman, Channel 7 Action News.
Zims, I fear the fro. Thank you, Zims. Now let's go to Craig Smith and Chopper 7 with a look at the traffic around the Palace. Craig?
Well, I got to tell you, Diana, we have been circling up here for about 40 minutes now, and before the end of the game, I got to tell you, only about a dozen cars left the Palace of Auburn Hills. Everybody stayed to watch the end of the game. Now I'm seeing traffic starting to leave onto the north end parking lot. It's about almost cleared out. Everybody in the south end and the west side, still a lot of cars down there. I'm seeing building volumes along I-75 and Lapeer Road here, but you know what? Nobody cares. They've all got smiles on their faces. Roads are clear and dry. Should be an uneventful drive home. Over the Palace of Auburn Hills, I'm Craig Smith, live from Chopper 7. Stephen, back to you.
All right, Craig, thank you very much, and I see a lot of sleepy people at work tomorrow. Remember, you can only see Game 5 of the NBA Finals right here on 7. This might be your last chance to see any games this year. Our exclusive coverage tips off at 8 with Rock Financial Pistons Game Day. Then ABC's pregame show tips off at 8:30, followed by Game 5 as the Pistons try to finish off the Lakers to win their 3rd NBA title. It's all Tuesday night right here on 7.
And Action News is giving you the chance to win tickets to Game 5. We're teaming up with Rock Financial for a ticket giveaway. You can enter on our website at WXYZ.com. We will announce the winner Tuesday morning on Action News this morning, beginning at 5 a.m.
Let's go right now to Chauncey Billups, who's standing by at the podium at the Palace, and hear what Chauncey has to say.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess they got one more hit for him.
What's going on? Congratulations, a solid win, pulling away in the fourth quarter. Now, one more win and you're NBA champions. I imagine that sounds pretty good.
That sounds real good, you know, but it's easier said than done. This team has got a lot of pride. They're going to come out and play with all they have, and we got to understand that and know that.
They kind of played with all they had today, didn't they? And you still were able to rebel them.
You know what? They came out with a lot of energy. They threw it to the big fella every single time. He had a great game, but, you know, he can't beat us by himself.
It wasn't just him. I mean, Kobe had 20, Shaq had 36 and 20 rebounds, but Kobe took an awful lot of shots to get that 20.
Right.
They throw your best guys out there, they score a lot of points, and they still don't win. That's got to be encouraging for you.
It is. It's definitely encouraging. I mean, I think Tayshaun is doing a masterful job of playing Kobe, and, you know, he's hitting when the shots he is hitting, they're so tough, you know, that, you know, he can't keep hitting those tough shots. Tayshaun's getting a hand in his face every single time, and, you know, I don't think people are talking enough about the job Tayshaun is doing.
If I told you at the beginning of this thing you'd be up 3-1 right now, would you have said, no problem, I agree, we should?
I would have said, you know, maybe we got a chance to be that good, you know. But at the start of the season, you know, you don't know, you know, that you're going to get a Rasheed Wallace. And, you know, at the start of this series, you know, nobody gave us a chance. Nobody gave us a chance. And we knew that we were successful against this team during the regular season, and we didn't even have Sheed then. So we knew our chances were pretty good.
You know, as you say, when you started, nobody gave you a chance. Do you think finally that the country has got to be coming over to the Pistons side instead of saying what the Lakers aren't doing, what the Pistons are doing, and they're coming to your side and saying, that's a heck of a basketball team?
Well, I mean, I think they got to respect us. They got to respect what we're doing. They got to believe that, you know, we are a very good basketball team. You know, I'm sure there's a lot of people still saying that LA's still going to win this series. And, you know, we're the ones saying, no, they're not.
Well, they got to be idiots to think that that you guys aren't a good basketball team right now.
Definitely, definitely. I mean, I felt at the start of the series they thought we was a pretty good basketball team, but, you know, this Eastern Conference is looked at like the junior varsity league. So I think that we're representing this Eastern Conference very well, as well as Detroit.
That junior varsity stuff kind of stick in your craw and bother you a little bit when they started talking that way?
No doubt, man, because we traveled a tough path to get to this point, you know. We worked just as hard as the Lakers or any other team in that West did to get here. So for them to think that, you know, we're not on that level is disrespectful.
Are you playing with a chip? Are you playing with carrying the East? Are you playing for yourself? Are you playing for the organization in the city? What are you playing for?
We're playing for ourselves, man, because we're the only ones that believed in what we were doing. So we're playing with a chip on our shoulder because nobody respected us, but we're playing for one another.
There has to be some real satisfaction for you, a guy who was somewhat well-traveled, but Joe Dumars believed in you, brought you here, and now you're leading this team on the verge of the championship.
Right, it is. I mean, it feels really good for me because, you know, like you said, I know the other side. You know, I know being traded around and not finding a home and not having stability. And, you know, this is, for me, it's validation, you know.
You were one of the first guys who believed in what Joe was saying and decided to come here. What did he say that led you to believe that you could get to this point one day?
Well, he just said, you know, he's going to bring in a winning program here, you know, and he wanted me to be one of the biggest additions and, you know, to run his ball club. And, you know, for me, that was everything. You know, I hadn't been in a situation, I hadn't had somebody had the same confidence in me as I had in me. So that was beautiful for Joe to, you know, to bring me in on that.
You know, the atmosphere in this place in round one against Milwaukee was darn good, and round two against Jersey, it got better, and Indiana, it got better. What can you say about the way this crowd in this place rocked and reacted tonight?
Yeah, this place is unbelievable, man. I mean, I've never been in a building like this. I never played in a building like this, and, you know, it's the best in the business. You know, we got the best fans in basketball, and, you know, they're showing other teams that.
You go home tonight, besides resting and maybe talking to your family and whatever, you lie back in bed and you dream and you think about what?
Championship, man. You know, we're one game, we're 48 minutes away, and, you know, I probably won't be able to sleep too much tonight, but, you know, that's all right. I'll catch up whenever.
Be honest, when you were a kid, dribbling around on a little court, did you say to yourself, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, this is for the NBA championship?
Yeah, oh, no question, no question. I think everybody did. You know, that's a dream. You know, that's a dream, but, you know, I don't want it to come down and be that close. You know, I don't want it to be that close, obviously, but if it does, you know, that's a dream for anybody.
When you were a kid, did you make the shot?
Every time. I never miss that shot.
Okay, so now if it happens Tuesday night, you're going to make the shot?
I'm going to make that shot.
There you go. Hey, we'll see what happens on Tuesday. Great to be in this position, up 3-1. Thanks, Chauncey. Chauncey Billups, part of the dynamic backcourt for the Pistons with Rip Hamilton. And they have put themselves in great position to win the NBA title. Back to you guys in the studio.
Ooh, Donnie, you could feel Chauncey's spirit. Thank you so much.
All right, here's a question. How far would you go to support the Pistons? We're going to show you a unique way men at the Palace are showing their support.
And Kid Rock spoke out tonight about the bad rap Detroit is getting. But first, here's a look at one of the great plays in tonight's game.
Bring that face mask to protect the broken nose. And the jam by Rasheed Wallace underneath. Detroit back up on top. Walton drives all the way in and then travels. Came into the game but wasn't aware how much time, and Hunter's going to make him pay. Lindsey Hunter all the way to the basket, and Detroit trying to finish the first half with a rush.
Tonight, Detroit's own Kid Rock rocked the Palace with his version of America the Beautiful.
We'd like to dedicate this version of America the Beautiful to our men and women in the armed services, also to former President Ronald Reagan and the late, great Ray Charles. Oh, beautiful, for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountains, majesties above thy fruited plain. Oh, America, oh, America, God shed his grace on thee, and I will crown thy good with brotherhood from sea. Oh, the shining sea. Let's rock and roll!
Absolutely beautiful. And just a few hours before the game started, Stephen and I got a chance to talk with Kid about the negative publicity that Detroit is getting.
There's a few things that have stuck true to this city, like myself and Bob Seger, and of course a lot of our sporting teams and franchise players that still live here today. So, you know, it's nothing new. This is a blue-collar town. It's the underdog, and I think all of America is really pulling for the Pistons, you know, instead of that Hollywood glitz kind of thing.
And that's what is so special about hometown stars like Kid Rock, who always gives back to the community. God bless you, Kid. And don't forget, the Queen of Soul, Aretha Franklin, will raise the roof Tuesday night before Game 5.
Speaking about raising the roof, we go way above the roof and got to enjoy some unique pictures during tonight's game from a bunch of people who play way above the rim. This is the Goodyear blimp leaving Ann Arbor Airport this evening to shoot aerials of the Palace. The blimp makes Shaq look small, 190 feet long, 60 feet high. It's equipped with all the normal aircraft controls, plus screens to monitor weather, and of course, a high-tech camera to beam those great pictures right into your home.
And tonight we want to tell you about a local man who's come up with a unique way to take the game with him wherever he goes. It's a portable basketball court. The hoop mounts onto a bed of any pickup truck so you can start a game anywhere. The inventor gave a demonstration of his portable hoop today in Birmingham, not far from the Lakers Hotel. He hopes the city's basketball fever will pique interest in his invention. One local designer showed up at the Palace today to drop off his creation of shirts and shoes for the players. Jock Myers uses a special process to put images of players like Ben Wallace and Tayshaun Prince on shoes. He says his custom shirts and shoes will soon be available at the Custom Shop in Northland Mall.
Men at the Palace had a unique and a bit bizarre way of showing off their Pistons spirit at tonight's game. Crews spent much of this morning installing a new secret weapon in every men's room in the building. It's a urinal mat with a twist. See that black square there? When fans use the facilities, the mats reveal a message. Beat L.A.
I think they're going to say, oh, this is cool, yeah.
I hope people aren't going to be taking these.
The message fades when you flush. Sadly, women fans are left out on this deal. They're going to have to find a less creative way to express their feelings about the Los Angeles Lakers.
It was a stormy night around here, no question about that. The metro area was hit. Shay's in next with the Doppler 7 forecast.
Right now, let's take another look at a memorable moment from tonight's game. We'll be right back.
But in the series, and then Payton knocks it into the corner, and that creates the Lakers steal. Brian Scott Walton with him, and Kobe for the jam to give the Lakers the lead.
The series, but Alice, they don't do it tonight. They absolutely have to do it Tuesday.
And Wallace gets the miss and puts it back in. And that equals the biggest lead of the game.
Wow. See the look on Jackson's face after that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Southeast Michigan, we might recall, was under a tornado watch, but I think we got lucky out there tonight,
We
Shay.
certainly did. There's a lot to celebrate with the weather tonight because we definitely got the lucky end of it. Take a look at this video from just to our north. A tornado did touch down in Bay City, and you can see there is some damage. No injuries reported, which is the good news so far. We haven't heard of any, but this tornado did touch down in Williams Township, which is about 10 miles west of Bay City. It uprooted trees and overturned a trailer. And like I said, fortunately, though, no reports of any injuries. This is the storm system that moved through the area. You can see the line building and moving across our state. And now we are left with just some cloud cover. We've got clear skies, in fact, in some areas. A few showers are going to pass through the northern part of the state overnight. We could see a hit or miss shower by morning time, but really we're not looking at any severe weather. It would only be a garden variety shower or thunderstorm. But tomorrow when you wake up, you're going to see some sunshine, still a chance for some showers, and winds will be coming from the southwest at about 5 to 15 miles per hour. There's a frontal system that's very weak that's going to lift just slightly over our area tomorrow morning. And with it, another frontal system from the north wedges us right in the middle, giving us a good chance for showers and thunderstorms, especially tomorrow afternoon and evening. And there is a slight chance that some of those storms could become severe. Biggest threat right now, it looks like damaging winds and hail. We'll keep you posted on that, though. 81 was our high for today. The official high is recorded at 4 o'clock, and at that time, no rain on the rain gauge, but certainly Metro Airport got some rain after those showers moved through later in the day. 79 would be the average for this time of year, and right now, we're at 68 degrees. Overnight tonight, we're going to continue to see our temperatures just drop slightly. Southwesterly winds at 8 miles per hour, and our humidity so high, our temperatures will only drop off another degree or so tonight. Partly cloudy skies by morning, and then storms likely through the afternoon, 83 degrees as the high. When we're not seeing storms, we'll see some moments of sunshine. Plenty of clouds out there as well. Southwesterly winds at 10 to 15 miles per hour, giving us some light breezes. Should be a decent week ahead. There's a 30% chance for some showers and thunderstorms Tuesday night and into Wednesday, and then again on Friday. But in between those days, the weather looks pretty good. Either temperatures in the mid to upper 70s or right around 80 degrees. So we certainly got lucky today. Conditions not too bad for us, and the weather looks pretty good for the next couple of days.
Just lucky and good stuff all the way around today.
Absolutely. A lot to celebrate.
Thanks, Shay.
Here's a look at the headlines in tomorrow's Detroit Free Press, which will be on your doorstep shortly. A special Pistons poster pager and Mitch Albom on the game. Plus, Detroit block grants may be drying up, leaving several neighborhood groups without money. That's all in tomorrow's Detroit Free Press.
What an exciting night this has been for Detroit.
And let's take another look at another great moment from tonight's game. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
You know, maybe they should have whacked a big Wallace.
I was thinking, number 3, he's the guy. Instead it's Rasheed, and that could be the dagger.
Yes, the Pistons were smoking tonight. We are too, and we're not done yet. The Rock Financial Pistons postgame show is coming up next with Don Shane.
But first, we want to leave you with some of the memorable moments of Game 4. Have a great night, everyone, and we are proud of you, Pistons.
Absolutely.
Good night.
5 minutes. Oh, absolutely not. This
But the Pistons have set up a situation where they
Welcome to the Pistons Game Day Post-Game Report. Don Shane, Chuck Daly, and Corliss Williamson joining us to talk about this victory over the Lakers tonight that has you just one win away from the NBA title. Your thoughts about that?
You know, we're just very happy and we're blessed to be in this situation. We played well as a team for 4 games, and we know it's one more game and we can call ourselves world champs. So we have to come back with the right mindset Tuesday night.
That sounds pretty good, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. I like the sound of that.
In your wildest imagination, did you foresee this happening?
Honestly, I really felt like this team had an opportunity to win the championship.
When did you feel that way?
Just when we started playing early in the year, I felt like if we really started playing together as a team that we had the ability to win a championship. But once they made the trades and we got Rasheed, Mike James here, they really gave us that extra firepower that we needed to go ahead and push through.
Okay, we've got some Rasheed highlights here. The big guy came through big time for you tonight.
Man, he really stepped up his game tonight. That's what we needed. You know, he got into the little scuffle with Metavinko out there, and I think that really sparked him and got him going tonight.
It sparked him. Were you worried that maybe there was going to be a problem and it would hurt the team if he got into one of his technical kind of moods?
No, I didn't think so. I mean, he's a great team player, and he knows that this is a very important moment, and we need him on the court. So he got the one tag, and I think he calmed down and really channeled that negative energy and made it positive for him.
You know, when he threw that headband into the stands, I thought, ooh, normally that can be an ejection in the regular season.
Yeah, but I don't think he was mad at the call. He was mad because he missed the open shot, and just a little frustrated at that. And I'm happy the officials really understood, and he was just emotional about that, not something that they did.
Have you given much thought? Have you talked about as a team with Larry? Did Larry talk to you about closing this thing out?
Yes, he did. He said, you know, Tuesday night is going to be a very difficult game, and we have to come out and share the basketball and play tough defense early in the game and try not to give them any life or any thoughts in their mind that they can come back and win this series.
Kind of good to get involved in a game like this where it was tight. It wasn't a blowout like 20 points the other night where it was tight and you still responded, and you know in your mind you can respond when it comes down the stretch and make some important baskets.
It was very important for us to win a game like this. You know, like you say, it was tight for 3.5 quarters, and you know, there in the fourth quarter we found a way to pull ahead, and that's what you need. We didn't need a blowout tonight. We needed something that was going to test us and challenge us, because we know that this next game is going to be even tougher than tonight.
And you know, you guys were, I think, at 0 for 6 in threes before Chauncey made those 2 big ones in the fourth quarter that kind of put it away. I mean, when it came down to it, he made them when he had to.
And they call him Mr. Big Shot, and he's done that throughout his career, and he really stepped up and hit some big shots for us tonight, and that's what we needed.
You know, you're capable of doing something the bad boys never did, win it at home. We had to win it on the road. That's a whole different animal.
Hey, we're definitely going to try to pull it out. You know, you guys really set the tone. We're trying to follow your lead that you had those 2 years, and hopefully we can win it here at home for the first time.
Well, you do it the right way. You play great defense. You rebound the ball. You pass the ball, and you deserve to be where you are.
Thank you. We appreciate that.
Okay.
Corliss, can you talk about how much fun this is? I mean, could you put your finger in a description about how much? Have you ever had more fun playing in basketball games than this?
You know, I was talking to my dad today, and he was talking about the NCAA championship, how much fun he had then. But this here is just like on a totally bigger stage. You know, if you win this, you can call yourself the best in the world, and this is by far the best experience I've had in my life.
I'm going to tell you what Larry Brown told me years ago when we won it. I'd played golf with him, and he said, you know, you're not going to appreciate this right now, but someday down the summer you're going to be riding around by yourself, and you're just going to start giggling and think about we're really world champions.
Hey, I'm looking forward to that moment. I really
one game to go.
Yes, sir. One more.
Let me ask you one more question before I leave. I don't know offhand, maybe you do, how many guys that have won the NCAA championship and the NBA championship? You have any idea?
No, but hopefully there'll be 2 more.
All right, Corliss, thanks for joining us.
Thanks a lot.
All right. Corliss Williamson, Chuck and I will be back with more of the post-game show after this. Stay with us.
Channel 7's Rock Financial Pistons Game Day is brought to you in part by Rock Financial, the mortgage experts, by Wallside Windows, most preferred, most referred, by the Metro Detroit Ford dealers, think Ford first, by McDonald's, I'm loving it, and by Meijer, higher standards, lower prices.
I got 24 seconds to live, and 200% is what I'm gonna give. So I push through the pain and raise my game. A victory is the only thing to gain. Even though I'm playing the game, I ain't playing. The trophy is the reason why I came.
And welcome back to the Pistons post-game report with Chuck Daly. You know, as I look at the official stats, let's talk about the free throws. 41 free throws for the Pistons, 11 of 22 for the Lakers. Pistons 28 of 41, not a high percentage, but almost twice as many free throws. They can't guard these guys, huh?
Well, that's part of it because the guards are able, particularly Shotzi's, be able to off pick and roll, get into the lane, and they're not settling for a lot of long jumpers. They're attacking the basket. They got into the bonus very early, which really helped them, and they're pounding it inside and getting some fouls there also. The other club is playing a spacing game outside, pretty much long-range jumpers except for what they do in the post, and therefore I think the differential, at least in this game.
You mentioned getting into the bonus. I think it's the second quarter where they were in the bonus early. The Pistons went almost 6 minutes without scoring a basket. I think they had 10 or 12 free throws, though. I mean, what a huge advantage when you get in that early and make your free throws.
Well, it is, and you know, if you're a good team, remember John Stockton, anytime that team would ever be in trouble, he would get to the foul line, and I think this club's kind of learned that. What really hurt the Lakers, and they got a couple really cheap fouls early and put them in that situation. And these kind of games where you know they're going to be 3.5 quarters or very close, you got to be, those fouls add up very quickly.
All right, now the Lakers really have to contend with Rasheed Wallace. 26 points, we mentioned that, on 10 of 23 shooting, not bad. 13 rebounds as well. Monster game from him.
Yeah, this is the highlight of his career, I think, thus far. He's really defined himself. And I think with the general public, you know, you wonder what the Trailblazers are wondering about this time, because they basically traded the Pistons the championship. Because even though he doesn't get those numbers scoring every night, the things that he does do not show up in the box. That's individual defense. He really helps on Kobe. If you watch very carefully, Prince can do a good job. Occasionally gets beat. Wallace is always in position when he's on the floor. And then the fact that he rebounds the ball so well. So he does a lot of things that don't show up in the box.
All right, Rasheed was in the press conference a little bit earlier. Let's run that tape now and listen to Rasheed Wallace answering questions from the media, his comments on tonight's game.
It was actually unnecessary. You know, he threw a little elbow shot, which is cool by me. But, you know, hey, if that's how you want to play, then I could play like that too. But, you know, I'm not out there to throw elbows and all of that. I'm out there to try to help my team win. You know, all that extracurricular stuff can be handled in the back there. You know, I knew Carl was a little hobbled, so you know, that was one of the weaknesses in their defense. But that's something that we had to attack. You know, not only with myself, but you know, if Ben had a chance to post up against him or you know, take him out on the wing, whatever, just gotta attack him. You know, he has a bad knee or whatever, so but we can't have no sympathy for that. No, not really. I mean, you know, we still just followed the game plan from the first few games. You know, it was just my night. Actually, my shots was falling a little bit, so hey, you know, I got to take that in stride.
As always, Rasheed walking around with those headsets on, listening to some music. He's a little different dude, isn't he?
Yeah, he is different. Hey, whatever makes you bounce.
You
right?
know, you know what's amazing about him? People, maybe you're not at the game, you don't notice this. He may be the biggest cheerleader on the team, up yelling at the guys and telling them what to do and into the game when he's on the bench.
Well, that's the thing kind of surprised me when I kept hearing, you know, you get a vision of a guy, you watch him on TV and all he went through in Portland, and you began to wonder. And then he comes here, and I start seeing that very early, and I thought, well, maybe it's just because he's with a new team. But then when you keep hearing his teammates say he's a great teammate, that kind of tells you what kind of guy he is in relationship to that group.
The other night when the Pistons won, they had 31 and 19 from their guards, 50 points. Tonight they have 23 and 17, 40 points. Not as many, but just as effective. This guard tandem's just eating L.A. up.
Yeah, they're doing a great job. And part of the reason they didn't do it tonight was because so many times down the floor, they went to Rasheed Wallace, kept going to post up. Then Hamilton had 4, and then the last quarter he turned it on. And he started getting some calls. Larry called his play, and he got open. They're very quick, and they're very effective at getting off the shots.
When you watch this here, look at Chauncey. He gets in the lane for short jumpers. He gets down the middle of the defense. Great move on Peyton right there. Crossover and going to the basket and laying it up and in. I mean, he's getting inside. He's hitting the jumpers outside. What do you do with that?
You know what? You wonder how this guy ever got traded.
Yeah,
so many. That's what shocked me. I'm wondering about all those teams sitting around, but it happens in the game. People get anxious, they don't like something, but I am shocked that he was ever able to get to this team, and probably his 5th team in the league.
And for some, as you have seen, who coached in this league, some guys on some teams just don't fit. He fits with this team and this coaching staff and the makeup of these players. You got to find that situation if you're a player.
Well, I think Joe found the situation. I think Joe wanted a big guard, didn't like small guards that much, and he found this guy, and the guy has really fit. And I have felt, I do a little radio show, and I felt all along that he was probably the key guy. And I watched him all year. When he gets his number, Hamilton's almost always going to get his. When Chauncey gets his, they become almost unbeatable because they get enough points from the other people to get it done. Plus, these two guys, and particularly Chauncey, he creates a lot of shots for everybody else.
Okay, now we're seeing a little Rip here who got to the basket a little bit today as well. Maybe got off to a slow start, but, that stop and pop, pulling up kind of stuff. He's just been maybe the MVP of the series so far.
Yeah, he's right there. It's Chauncey, Hamilton, and Wallace, and it's going to be a tough choice.
Which Wallace?
Yeah, right.
Either one would be okay, right?
I love what Ben does.
Yeah.
Every game in a game. And I look back at the games when they were really struggling in some games, the big offensive rebound, almost impossible rebounds that he got and converted. And, boy, he is some force.
It's the intangibles, and he's the kind of player that fits the personality of the city as well.
Well, when we made our rise with the Bad Boys, it came about when we added Sally and Rodman because they didn't need the ball to be effective. And basically, that's what you have with these two guys. Rasheed doesn't have to have the ball, nor does Ben. And so these other people could get their shooting done, and occasionally these guys chip in. And in a big game, Wallace comes through.
Some of those guys certainly willing to sacrifice ego for the goodness of the team. Chuck and I are back with more Pistons postgame right after this.
Slip away. We came out real aggressive and we had it. Just in the 4th quarter, we made some mistakes and the fouls went in their favor. And they were able to, win the game by 10. So the TNT slogan stands true on Tuesday. Win or go home. Bottom line.
I don't think I could disagree with him more. I don't think they had one. I don't think they let it slip away. I think the Pistons were right there. I think the Pistons took it. And then he says, the calls didn't go our way. I don't think we want to hear that the calls didn't go their way. What the heck is that? I disagree with everything he said other than that win or go home thing at the end.
Yeah. The Pistons pretty much controlled the game in the second half. The score, it was tied a lot. But I thought they were basically in control of the game. And then they made their spurt, and they couldn't match it. They just had no place to go to get it done. And, the calls, since the beginning of time, since I've been in the league, the team that loses always complains about the calls. And then it gets even worse about the announcers.
All right, despite the fact that I disagreed with what he said, he had a monster game. He had a terrific game, and let's look at some of what he did. I mean, he was 16 of 21 from the field, 4-11 from the line. I mean, that's just about where he's been, but 36 points, 20 rebounds, 16 of 21 from the field. That's hard to argue. I mean, he did his job. Everybody else didn't do theirs.
Well, he had days to rest. He had a long layoff, and that is really good for him. He did signal to come out late in the game, but Phil just looked the other way. And I think, I think that's significant. I think if the Pistons push it a little bit, play really hard, he's going to have a hard time recovering for Tuesday night.
Would you look the other way? I mean, he's your horse.
Sure.
You'd look the other way, right? You wouldn't.
Absolutely. Don't even, you can't hear and you can't see.
He did play, obviously, every minute of the first half, and then almost every minute of the third quarter, he came out with like 37 seconds to go to get the rest there, and then on the break to the fourth quarter. He played an awful lot of minutes. He played 47 minutes.
I was up in the ESPN booth and talking to Jim Gray and Byron Scott and my former owner with Memphis, Mike Heisley, and I said that the Pistons played a lot of people the first half and remained in the game. I kept seeing the minutes building up for those two guys. Knew they would have a tough time down the stretch.
All right, I want to talk a little bit about Phil Jackson and get your take, because obviously you coached and you won in this league. The so-called genius who has been to the NBA Finals 9 times and won 9 times. Yes, he had Michael and Scotty with the Bulls. Yes, he has Shaq and Kobe with the Lakers. But still, 9 times there, never lost. This would be the first time he would lose if they do it. That's remarkable.
It is remarkable. He always had probably the best player in the game, or one of the two.
Right.
However, he developed a solid basketball system. He's a very intelligent guy. He's extraordinary at dealing with people. In fact, I saw Mitch Kupchak at the Hall of Fame this September.
The Lakers president and GM.
So I said to him, I said, well, you got the right guy to handle that group, adding Peyton Malone. There might be one other guy who could do it. That could be me.
Yeah.
Just kidding him.
Well, I think you're right, because if you got a lot of credit and a lot of kudos for the way you handled people and managed people. I mean, you had a tough group, but you did it, and you won with some guys that were big, strong, egotistical kind of guys.
If you're going to be an NBA coach, and I've told a lot of CEOs where I play golf in Jupiter in the winter, and they're all mega CEOs, and I said, #1 CEO job in the country is a basketball coach in the NBA, because you've really got to manage egos of people, because every guy thinks he ought to be playing 48 minutes, getting 48 shots, and now $78 million. They truly believe that. So you understand the way they feel, and that's what they should think because of the kind of players and competitors they are. But what you've got to do is manage that and try to keep all the focus on the team.
One more question on this topic. Is Larry Brown out coaching Phil Jackson?
I don't know about out coaching. I just think they're a better team, and I kind of felt that way not going into the series. I don't think anyone did. But after the first game, and even prior to that, I felt that their depth of big people would be a significant factor. In fact, I called Dick Versace, the general manager of Memphis, about a month and a half ago, and I said, you guys keep talking about the West. I'm going to tell you, you got 2 teams over here who have enough size, particularly Detroit, that can give them trouble.
All right. Chuck and I are back with some more Pistons game day post-game after this. Don't go away.
Channel 7's Rock Financial Pistons Game Day is brought to you in part by Rock Financial, the mortgage experts. By Wallside Windows, most preferred, most preferred. By the Metro Detroit Ford dealers, think Ford first. By McDonald's, I'm loving it. And by Meijer, higher standards, lower prices.
All I'm telling them is, and we got to continue to try to play the right way, defend and rebound and share the ball. And whatever happens, happens. I think that group can deal with it because they're trying their darndest to do it the right way. So there's no need even thinking about what no team did. I mean, they got a coach who won 9 championships. Only one other guy has done that. And if he's pretty special. They got 2 of the greatest players in the game that are in their prime, so we can't take anything for granted. And that's
Larry Brown saying all the right things, I guess. That's coach speak there, isn't it, Chuck? Rebound, defend, keep doing it. And his favorite line is keep playing the right way. What does that mean in your mind?
He's like an evangelist, I think, in that sense. But that's Larry Brown. And I mean, he truly believes that. I mean, he would be saying that if he were coaching the local high school team. He's a basketball guy. He's been coaching a lot of places in a lot of different ways. And that's what he believes. And he's got him playing that way, and it works.
And what you're seeing here is plays of great Piston hustle and determination, going after the ball and getting it. And then, of course, the fourth quarter where they turned a close game into a 6 and then 8 and 10-point lead and ended up winning by 8. Those hustle, determination, outwork before the game. Some of the Lakers were saying they want it more. Well, they played again tonight like they want it more.
Yeah, they really believe. I think they sense it. You know, when you go in, I think they were the first game they weren't quite sure, but they were able to pull it off. Everybody thought it was an upset, and I'm not sure in their own mind they were really that confident at that point. Then the next game they should have won. They were in position to win it. And then they come back here, and they've done what they've had to do, and they can really taste it now. It will not be easy to get done. Believe me, it will not be easy, because this other club will fight. And hopefully they can stay on top, because they haven't had that lull in this series that they had in others.
What is it like? You've been in that situation before, waiting a couple days for that game that could be the one that wins it all.
Well, there's a lot of anticipation. You worry about something happening that you can't control. And then you kind of know in the back of your mind, can it happen? And then looking for relief somewhere, because it's misery or relief.
Chuck, as always, thank you for joining us. Pleasure having you here. Your insight, analysis, and everything you bring to the show. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, Chuck Daly. I'm Don Shane. Thank you for staying up awful late and watching this show and staying with Channel 7 for our continuing coverage of the Pistons, the NBA title. They win 88-80. They're up 3-1. One more, and they win the World Championship. We will see you again on Tuesday night. Until then, I'm Don Shane for Chuck. Good morning, everybody.